now we're probably in the hard times because we are weak men. I mean, as a society, not me and you, but
We're
Yes,
changing that though,
I
aren't
agree. As a society,
we? We're gonna change that shit.
we're watching Netflix and drinking beer instead of building stuff with our hands like our fathers used to.
Oh,
yep,
bro, I got me a plasma table coming. Be
Oh
here next
hell
week
yeah, dude!
building some shit.
A plasma
pick
table,
up
man.
heavy shit and throw heavy shit down.
Yep.
I think
It's the
Cam didn't have a good connection.
Welcome, 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 everybody. Thank you for being here on another episode of Operation Wise Dome. Yo, this is crazy. We just keep growing more and more. We just keep getting smarter and smarter. We just keep getting more and more people to hold on, man. My whole speaker system done messed up. Okay, the headphones went off. We just get more and more people though that are donating and helping to the cause, not donating necessarily, but donating their time to come in and start helping. What I really like to see is I was just talking to somebody, I don't know, the other day, I forget, I'm talking to so many people now, but I was just talking to somebody the other day and I was like, man, I just wish I could get some more help in in the Discord. And literally I asked and the help came. And so I just really want to thank all of you that have been reaching out and helping out and kind of helping the load, because the load does get heavy at times. And so for y'all just being a resource and being part of We the People and everything that I can envision, I just really appreciate it. I just want to say thank you because you know who you are. Shout out definitely though to Monty for stepping up a bit, you know what I'm saying? But Thomas in the house. What's up, Thomas?
what's
I'm real.
up?
What's up? So what I want to do is I got what's up, David? I see you, David, in here. What's up, Jack? I see you, Bryson's thing. What's up, Troy? Quentin's in this thing. We got Doug in this thing. We got people in here. I'm shouting out everybody in this thing. Gazelle. Man, we got who else we got in it? Jeremy in this thing. Joe, Kate, uh, Lewis in this thing. Miguel,
Yeah,
uh,
new house. Okay.
Pamela in this thing. Pamela's in this thing. What's up, Pamela? Me and Pamela had a good conversation this morning. Oh, let me see real quick. Just
Still working your age. I mean, you're old.
Why is it that?
all right, there we go. Okay, smooth as. All right, so now what we got going on is there's a lot. I just 10 minutes ago, well, I guess not, maybe not, but I just got the email 10 minutes ago that I finally got a response on my Hood River case. So it's time to get to work on that bad boy. You know what I'm saying? Finally doing amend in that thing as a matter of right, and we moving forward, right? So it's good to see a good first response that I can get, in that thing, and then now we're moving forward. So pretty exciting to see. I'm pretty excited all the way around on that. I got quite a few people that I want to come up and talk tonight, and then we're going to get into some different things. I don't know how I want to do this, but either way, there's some structure to this. I think Rick Martin might even pop on in here and come say hello. I sent him the email. Also, Tanawah Downing may show up tonight, as well as Brandon Williams. So, just quite a few people that might show up tonight. That's out there, kind of to support, say hey, and then see where we go from here. So what I want to do first though is, of course, in this, what we do is help people the most. We have a Discord in the back end. We're helping, we're developing, we're doing everything that we possibly can. I'm sure everybody can vouch to that. Let me see if I can just have it to where people can unmute. If you're getting good help, can you just unmute and say yes or something real quick? I don't know, like, are all of y'all getting help in the Discord? Do you find it beneficial?
Hard
We are
way.
getting the most help.
Lots of information. Lots and loads of information there.
Absolutely.
We got guys, bro. Like, I just want everybody to know this. We've got people. Hayden, he was a DUI video that we just reviewed recently. He's in the Operation Wise Dome. He, his family, and him have paid $5,000 to a lawyer, and we've done more for him than that lawyer itself. And that just goes to show the power of the people and the times and how they're changing on how we have to have our own support system to help each other through everybody's situations to be able to really again bring home the power that we have, because we truly have it. We just lost the understanding that we have to come together to have it, right? So that's what's beautiful about this. What I want to do is, David said he has no audio. I'm not sure how to fix that. Is everybody good on their audio? Seems like everybody's good on my end. Maybe just something on your end. Check the settings, my brother. I do want you to come on and kind of speak though on something you're speaking on today. So please, or tonight. So please try and get that fixed. Let's take the quick neck as much as possible, as quickly as possible. Let's get every new person that's in here for the first time to come up and briefly introduce yourself. 60 seconds, come up, tell us where you're from, you know, who you are. If you want to give us your age or approximate, whatever, just come up, introduce yourself so we can kind of understand who you are. And you're freely unable to mute yourself. Yes. Yes. Well, can you get it for me, babe? Yeah, y'all come up and introduce yourselves real quick. If you're here for the first time, you have to unmute yourself and come up and introduce yourself. I know there's got to be one or two of you in here. Don't tell me there's none. There's none at all.
I'm new.
You're building a
This is Tim.
following, man.
Can you hear me?
Hi, I'm Cindy. Oh wait, is it doing it? Hello?
Yeah, we hear you.
We hear you.
Hear me?
Yep.
Okay, I'm Cindy from Florida. Just listening in.
Cool deal. Nice. Welcome from Florida. What brought you here to come to Operation Wisdom tonight?
My friend told me about it.
Cool, cool. Awesome. Well, welcome. Cindy from
Thank you.
Florida. Yeah, nice to have you in here. Let me see who else we got here for the first time tonight. Come on up.
Greetings. I'm here for the first time. Indigo.
Did you say?
I'm
Did you say
I said I'm-
Indigo?
yes, I'm Indigo and I'm 52.
Okay, watch out now.
And I saw you on Instagram.
Okay. Cool deal. Welcome. Thanks for being here. We about to get to it. Where are you from?
I'm from New Jersey, but I'm
Oh,
living in North
Jersey now.
Carolina.
Y'all get rough over there in Jersey. Chill out now. Okay. Be nice to us because we know how y'all can get on our ass. Okay. Be nice.
But I'm in Jersey. I mean, I'm in North Carolina now, but yeah, I'm from Jersey.
Okay, good. Okay, good. Okay, good. All right. Who else here for the first time? Y'all come on up. Introduce yourself real quick.
Peace and love, everybody. This is Erod, also from Jersey as well.
Nice to have you, brother. Nice to have you. Hey, we've been talking in
Appreciate
the chat, so it's good to see you coming through. I know we
Right.
didn't connect the other day like we were supposed to, but it's good to see you coming through.
I appreciate it.
Yeah, let me ask you a question real quick. What brought you through? What kind of attracted you and wanted you to kind of come through tonight and just be a part of Operation Wisdom?
It's just been a journey, and just kind of, I'm tired of doing it myself, trying to connect with, basically takes a village. Just trying to connect with a village, and basically, help motivate myself, not only myself, but each other, and just continue to grow on this journey, man, that we've been, deceived about.
It's a journey of life, that's for sure. This
Mhm.
this is a journey through many different aspects. It's not just law. And someone's going to shortly come up and speak about that as well. And I think that's really important and something that we really need to internalize and know and understand that it translates just beyond
You're muted.
just these tickets itself. Y'all can hear me or no? Are we good? Are we good? Are we good? Okay, good. Anybody else here new for the first time, please come up, introduce yourself, pretty please.
Yeah, this is Tim. I'm on Colorado.
Tim, welcome. And I would love to ask you as well, what made you come to Operation Wisdom tonight?
Well, I saw some of your videos interacting with the cops, and I liked seeing how calm you stayed and were able to present well and wanted to get more information. I'm working with the Colorado Assembly trying to get lawful government set back up here in Colorado, and we need the right to travel better established.
Most definitely. Most definitely. Better established, more recognized.
Yes, accepted and not harassed.
Exactly. Accepted, not harassed, left alone.
Yes.
You know, I really think it comes down to the consent, and I think a lot of us have lost that understanding that it's really based all down to consent. I think what I'm starting to understand more is as we go through this, I'm growing internally beyond what I could even possibly think would happen, to be honest with you, in both my knowing of who I am, but then also the aspects of what is eligible. And with that being said, I'm really finding out there's some fascinating things that come with jurisdiction. Very interesting things in relation to jurisdiction, because a want of jurisdiction is very different from actual jurisdiction, right? And a want of jurisdiction is void. It's not voidable, meaning that it's void on it from the onset. So we're going to get into these deeper principles as we continue very shortly here, not long term. I've got something cooking up that it's going to be pretty amazing. All right, who else we got here for the first time? Y'all come on up, say hello.
Hey, Shannon's here.
Shamus, all right, Shamus, where you calling from? Where you tuning in from? What's your age and where's the location?
No, it's Shannon.
All right. What's up, brother? Shannon?
You know Shannon from Facebook.
Shannon, yeah, the guy that wants to send me a laptop.
That's me.
Yeah, that's kind of scary, bro. Just gonna be honest with you. You want to send me a laptop that you got all rigged up to know exactly what I'm doing at every moment of the day, listening in and spying. It's kind of creepy, Shannon, but I'll take it. You can
Hey,
creep
how
on
about
me all you want.
How about imagine the best instead of imagining the worst?
No, I know. I'm just joking with you, brother. I love to play. You know, I'm all about having fun.
Oh,
All right.
I think the world of you, bro.
Okay, well, I have to get to all the newcomers first, Shannon. You're not a newcomer. Anybody else here for the first time? Come on up, say hello. Don't be shy. Unmute and say hello.
Hello?
I'm Jeremiah from Georgia.
Jim, how are you out in Georgia?
He said Jeremiah.
Jeremiah, excuse me.
Yeah, Jeremiah.
Jeremiah, how are you, brother?
All right, how about yourself?
I'm doing great. I'm doing grand. What led you to join Operation Wisdom tonight?
Well, I came across you came across my YouTube feed, and you was probably one of the two people I've ever heard talk about the I Am American Day Act. And
Yes, sir.
from then on, I just started looking, and once I seen you putting out the law, there's very few people out here that actually bring the law to existence and not trying to sell a process or some BS. And it's like, because you if you're not getting into the law side of this, like you're gonna drown real quick.
Yes, sir. I appreciate that. That means a lot.
But
I can tell by
yeah.
the
So
little bit that you.
from
Go ahead.
that act plus, when I seen you reading through the document that you're going over right now. I forgot the name of that document, but all the law that's in it, and it just go hand in hand with some things that I got going on anyway, dealing with taxes and things of that nature, like standing on it and being willing to face the courts and not be scared of them. Learn how the courts operate, go in there and just put people in the position that they're supposed to be in, and stand your square. So you definitely walking around and you walking in it. So I was like, let me give him a shout out. Let me check in and tap in with him and see what it's all about. Yeah, because I just came across you probably within the last week and a half.
Okay, good. Well, I'm glad that you're here, bro. I can tell that we're gonna gain some insight from you. Tanawah, Mr. Downing just showed up. Tanawah, where you at? Tanawah, Mr. Downing, where you at? Where you at, Tanawah?
Right here, brother.
All right, Tanawah. What's up, man?
What's up, brother?
What's up? So, Tanawah, been wanting to have you come on for a while. I've seen your work. I love what you're doing. We need to really build you up. I don't know how we can build you up, but you don't get enough views. You deserve way more views. You deserve way more credit. Your work is phenomenal. I want to just say from the bottom of my heart, thank you. If everybody here can unmute and say thank you to Tanawah, that would be really great. Can y'all please do that for me? Could you unmute and just say thank you to Tanawah, please?
Thank you.
Thank
Thanks for
you.
coming, bro. Thanks for coming.
Thank you, Tanawah.
No, wow. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you,
just made
Tanawah. Appreciate you.
That just made the stubble on my head stand up, guys.
As
Thank
it
you.
should.
Thank you.
So
But I
what
gotta say, all glory to God, man, because I'd
Yeah.
be nothing without him. So make sure that I give credit where credit's due. So
Well, why
thank
don't you go ahead and for some people that don't know you, why don't you go ahead and just introduce yourself? Take some time freely. We'll give you the floor for a little bit. We got some other things too, but we'll give you the floor for a little bit and just introduce yourself and some of the work that you're doing and involved with. Go ahead.
Okay, yeah. So I'm a civil rights advocate and litigator. I'm Washington, D.C. We've now built the biggest civil rights case in American history, hands down. This is going to make Brown versus Board of Education look like small claims court, and and we did it completely in the silo. like without even people even knowing what we were doing, because I kind of had to stumble through the dark to try to figure out the best angles and stuff to do this, right? But so the issue at hand, what we actually focused on was the indictment, or the absence thereof of the indictment by a grand jury. That was the focus to be heard by the court. But the issue is much, much bigger. But so today, consider the Constitution, the overarching requirements that all states must follow. If the states don't follow the rules, then what they produce is unconstitutional. That's a pretty simple concept. So when the Constitution provides the specific steps to adjudicate a crime, and then they don't follow those steps, then that would mean that the judgment is invalid because it derives from an unconstitutional act by state. So the Constitution of the United States of America, Clause 1 of Amendment 5 says, no person shall be held to answer for a capital or otherwise infamous crime unless on presentment or indictment of a grand jury. That's clear. You got to have an indictment by a grand jury before arresting someone and holding them over for a capital or an infamous crime. An infamous crime is defined by Title 18, subsection 4083 as any crime punishable by more than 1 year imprisonment in a penitentiary. And it's not the amount of time that you get sentenced to, but the amount of time you can be sentenced to, because, again, Constitution says you cannot be held to answer. So if you're being arrested for a crime that could get 5 years, but you only get 3 months, well, the arrest is what matters. If you're arrested for something that could get 5 years, that is still in the infamous nature. So it's not the amount of time you get sentenced to, but the amount of time you can be sentenced to. So there are currently 13 states in America that do not conduct a grand jury at all, including the state of Washington, who is the primary respondent in our litigation. So Washington State's Constitution, Article 1, Section 26 says no grand jury shall be drawn or summoned in any county. So we have a state's inferior constitution that functions, provision that functions directly the contrary of the United States Constitution. Now we got a supremacy issue. So in the history of the state of Washington, they've never convicted a person legally and lawfully consistent with the procedures and process established and codified in the Constitution, because they have a provision that is repugnant to the Constitution of the United States of America. Right? And that's a big deal. That's a big, big problem.
Null and
So,
void.
yeah.
Most definitely. Now, with this, so this class action lawsuit, what is it all involving? You want to give us a little bit more details?
Yeah. So what we're doing right now is the origin of this issue, right? Where it started. Why is it that a state can act this law and get away with it for so long, right? And people not realize that there's an issue. Well, that's because the Supreme Court in 1887, in a case called Hurtado versus California, they came out and said, California, you don't have to have an indictment by a grand jury, because they wrote a provision in their inferior constitution that said we're going to charge by information, not by indictment. Information is not indictment. Indictment brings in a neutral, unbiased third party to review the state's accusations to determine whether or not there's probable cause. Information removes that neutral, unbiased third party and instead brings it to a judge. Well, the judge works for the same body of men that the prosecutor does, that law enforcement does, and it's going to be profiting off of the involuntary servitude of the person that's deemed an aberrant criminal, right? So there is no neutral, unbiased decision maker when you're dealing with what's called information. The state is your accuser and is accusing you of an arbitrary offense so that they can put you in an institution that we call a sweatshop in China, but they call a prison here in America. So this started because the Supreme Court of the United States came out in 1887 and sided with the state constitution, and thus fundamentally changed the guarantees or obligations of the Constitution of the United States of America. They said, oh, California, you don't have to do what the Constitution says. Well, that means that the Supreme Court of the United States altered the Constitution of the United States of America by a court that, by the way, was extremely biased and preferential to the slavery institution. Waite and his court were well known to be slave sympathizers. They put into place numerous rulings that undermined the Reconstruction Amendments, undermined the Constitution, and they made it into a charter of enslavement instead of a document that guarantees the individual liberties of the people by limiting the powers of government. They changed the Constitution fundamentally. In fact, Waite had made statements. We have statements from him that, such as, to make a black man and a white man eat together would be a whole other kind of slavery. He also made the statement that the 14th Amendment might be on the books forever, but we intend to make it a dead letter. These are statements that the Chief Justice of the United States Supreme Court made, and then we wonder why these rulings are in place. He sided with the state of California, thus changing and altering the Constitution through an amendment through judicial fiat, and then they called it case law. Well, the problem with case law is that judges don't get to create law. all legislative powers vested in the legislative branch. So when a judge creates a ruling, and that ruling fundamentally changes or alters the Constitution of the United States in other than lawful manner, because if you want to know how to change the Constitution, you will go to the special amending procedure of Article 5. That tells you how to do it. Any other way is what's known as sedition, because sedition is the speaking or writing of words such as law established in order to cause disaffection to the Constitution to procure its alteration in other than lawful manner.
Okay, now wait. You gotta stop.
Okay.
You gotta stop because you go too damn fast, Tanawah. Slow down. Downloading, slow down. These people are not gonna be able to keep up with you. You've been doing this too long, damn it. No, I'm joking. I love it. This is great. Okay. I do want you to keep going, but you gotta slow down because some of my people are gonna be like, oh, I can't handle him. He's too fast.
All right. So my problem is, guys, just that you know, I deal with piece of shit politicians every day. Senators, congressmen, those people give you 4 minutes, right? You walk in their office, they'll give you 4 minutes. So I got to get as much shit out as I can because I never know what they'll actually trigger on, right? They might trigger on indictments by a grand jury. They might trigger on a plea bargain and the unconstitutionality of threatening and intimidating people in order to act as a witness against themselves. I never know what they're going to trigger on, right? So I got to get as much out as possible so that I can get another 4 minutes. That's what I deal with every day. That's why I speak really fast, because I've been trained to have to get as much information out as possible, because I never know what one of these piece of shit, dishonorable politicians are going to actually listen and give me an additional 4 minutes of their very precious and valuable time.
Straight up.
Yeah. But nonetheless,
you're
I'm
staying
also
very
passionate
busy
about this. I love what I'm doing. I do this for free because someone has to do it, right? Because 9 years ago when I started this and I went into this litigation full time as a civil rights advocate.
Did you just say 9 years ago you started doing this? I started my journey 9 years ago.
Yeah, 9 years.
Whoa.
9 years I've been building this case. But I made the decision back then that because I was making $870,000 a year back then, 72,000 a month, man. You know, but I wasn't being a good example for my kids, man. You know, I wasn't being a good husband. You know, I wasn't being a good person in general because I was living in a world where I thought, yeah, the laws, I drank the Kool-Aid, man. You know, I mean, I believed in American principles that everybody that's in prison deserves to be there because innocence doesn't suffer. I believe we had a just system but you know what? There's a difference between application and theory. Theory, it might work, but application is off, and you don't know that until you're face to face with it. So, you know, in order for me to realize that everything I believed in wasn't real, I had to see it. Right? I had to see it for myself. So I had to see that this homeless person wasn't homeless because he was lazy. I had to see that he was homeless because there's 90,000 limitations placed upon him, limiting his ability to be able to be free and go become the person that God created him to be. Right? I had to learn myself and see that this drug addict prostitute, she wasn't a prostitute because she chose this life. She was a prostitute because she was abused by the very people that she grew up with, that trusted and that hurt her. And now she's doing things to try to avoid feeling that hurt. Right? I couldn't see those people before, but then when I went through this horrible divorce, right, that literally took everything from me. It was in my suffering that I started to see all these other people around me suffering. And I was like, you know what? This isn't the world that I believed in, man. These people need help. And it was that moment that I said, I won't do this for money, right? That's why these people need help, and they can't get the help that they need because they're poor, right? These prisoners, they deserve to have their side of the story told. They deserve to have someone come and fight for them because their side of the story was suppressed because government didn't want it to be told because it's counter to their argument. So they hinder or obstruct free speech so that they can control the narrative, so that they can skew the disposition of that legal proceeding. They can win a case, man. And that's not right. They needed help, and they don't have money to do it.
That's true. That's what Operation Wise Dome's all about, bro. Because it's like, I'm gonna ask you then. I'm gonna put you to the test. Get ready. You're getting the test like everybody else does around here now. Give me your definition of a mastermind.
Definition of a mastermind. I don't know what definition of a mastermind. Probably one that can construct a weapon.
That's it. We're done. Okay. We're done. It's okay. It's cool. It's cool. It's cool. That's it's what everybody does. But here, I'm gonna tell you.
Yeah.
Mastermind was actually termed by Napoleon Hill. He was the one who was following around like Henry Ford, and he was finding out what made them successful, right? So he termed the coin mastermind, and what it is a mastermind is a collective group of individuals that come together to make one mind.
Yeah.
So a lot of people do just think a mastermind is one who knows it all. It's not that. It's a collective group of individuals that come together to make one mind. So that's why we're Operation Wise Dome, because we're encompassing the wise dome of all of us together and wisdom in that. And with wisdom, what we do is we get the knowledge. And what we've been doing is teaching people how to basically go into court and defend themselves without the need to be represented by another, and standing on that capacity.
Yeah.
And learning in that capacity, what we're being able to do is move forward into now bringing forth our own civil complaints too, right? Because we've always been depending on these attorneys, but it's not hard anymore. It's not hard anymore. We got AI now, right? So it's actually pretty easy to really learn. So I wanted to see, I've been doing my right to travel thing for 9 years, and I just went public heavy in mid-November. And we're pushing for traffic law reform and acts, kind of like some that maybe you've seen. I think one was up in, what was that, New Hampshire, y'all, or Delaware? That one we was looking at last?
New Hampshire.
New Hampshire, yeah, that one out of New Hampshire, which is a bill that passed on one aspect and then just got shut down in another. But I wanted to get your take. I think you're fond of the right to travel. You got anything you want to say about that?
Yeah, I have the right to travel every day. But the right to travel, they talk about it from God perspective, but it's much easier. It's much closer of an argument than just that. You see, our system, our Constitution, it protects our private property, right? We have the free use of our private property. That's the origin of the right to travel. The government can't interfere with your use of private property. That vehicle is your private property. Now the whole theory behind Thompson versus Smith and the Supreme Court's ruling that you can travel for non-commercial purposes without registration license is that a license is nothing more than a document, that a contract that changes your legal relationship with the state. So when you go and you contract with the state to agree to abide by their state driving laws, you are agreeing that you will drive the speed limit, right? And if you exceed and you breach the contractual obligation that you've established, then they can bring you in for the breach of contract, right? But the thing is that if I live in Washington and my license is suspended, or I don't have a license, or it's whatever, revoked or expired, it doesn't matter, and then I'm traveling through Texas, statutorily, I don't have to get a license in Texas just to travel through Texas, right? But if I have a suspended license in Washington, Texas can't enforce Washington's laws, right? They can't enforce the laws because that's Washington laws, not Texas laws. Texas has no authority over those laws. That's why, for non-commercial purposes, it comes into play with the CDL license, because the CDL license crosses jurisdictional lines. You see, you can have a license suspended.
What do they say?
CDL, and all states would have authority to be able to enforce that particular license.
What's the difference on that? Is interstate versus intrastate, right?
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. So you can have an expired registration and travel through another state, and they can't do a goddamn thing about it because a different state can't enforce different states' laws. They can't do it. But people don't understand this, right? They don't understand it. The other thing that we do is we agree to register the vehicle. Well, we know the state's nothing more than a corporation. We know that, right? So when you register your vehicle with the corporation, now that's driving for commercial purposes. Those are the two ways that they get you. Register your vehicle with the corporation. Now it's a corporate vehicle. And
okay. Okay, Natano, we've got that. We're beyond that. So what we want to say, so then what I want to ask you is, what we be doing is we're fighting on different aspects of how we're challenging jurisdiction, how we're representing ourselves in relation to motions to suppress, dismissals. We have some people that say challenge jurisdiction and then never go to court when you bring up the right things. What do you think? What is your best approach? Have you gone through the experience? Have you gone to court and just had dismissals? I have. I've gotten orders as a dismissal by using certain things. What is your aspect? How do you look at it, and what do you do if?
Okay, so the Constitution creates separation of powers, right? So the purpose of the Constitution is to establish rights by limiting powers. People have rights, government has powers. In some cases, the state powers are limited. In other cases, federal powers are limited. In other cases, both powers are limited, but they're all limited in order to preserve the individual liberties of the people, right? That's the purpose of the Constitution. So there are certain limits of power that exist in order to preserve those individual liberties. And the one that I'm dealing with, that I'm attached to, that ultimately the argument of the Supreme Court of the United States that we're getting ready to argue, The argument has to do with an Article 3 jurisdictional issue. So Article 3 of the Constitution of the United States of America, it creates two different jurisdictions of the United States Supreme Court, two different jurisdictions. One is appellate, the other is original. Now, original jurisdiction hasn't been invoked by anybody since around 1890, right? We've forgotten what original jurisdiction of the Supreme Court is because we believe it's a court of appellate jurisdiction only. But what the Constitution says, it says in all cases in which a foreign dignitary is named a party, or in all cases in which a state is named a party, the Supreme Court shall have original jurisdiction. Go read Article 3. So original jurisdiction means that that's the court to act first. No other court in the country can act before the court that has original jurisdiction, and that is statutorily imposed upon the Supreme Court of the United States. Now, there's reasons why that is, okay? So in all cases in which a state shall be party, the Supreme Court shall have original jurisdiction. In all other cases of equity in law, it shall have appellate jurisdiction. We are all very familiar with the court's appellate jurisdiction, right? Because we believe it's the highest court in land, it's the last court. All other courts fail, you appeal to them, you hope that they hear your case, and that would be their appellate jurisdiction. But original jurisdiction is something completely different. If a state is named a party, that court has original jurisdiction. The reason why is because if you want to understand the rationale behind the Constitution, we would go to the framers of it, right? James Madison was the author of the Constitution. He's the father of the Constitution. He drafted Article 3. In fact, Gorsuch is walking around talking about how Gorsuch is what he says tells you, explains everything about the Constitution. James Madison wrote the Federalist Number 10. Okay, New York Packet, November 23rd, 1787. If we want to know why Article 3 says that if a state is a party, then the Supreme Court of the United States has jurisdiction, let's see what James Madison had to say about the issue. What James Madison said is he said, no man is allowed to be judge in his own cause because his interest would no doubt bias his judgment and not improbably corrupt his integrity. With equal, nay, with greater reason, a body of men are unfit to be both judge and party at the same time. So no man can be judged in his own cause because his interest would bias his judgment. Therefore, a body of men cannot be both judge and party at the same time. State's made up of a body of men. That body of men represent law enforcement, represents prosecutors, it represents attorneys, it represents the judge, it represents the very body of men that also profits off the involuntary servitude of you when you are deemed a criminal or license taken or property taken, whatever, right? The body of men are unfit to be able to judge and party at the same time. James Madison said that. Now, this is the earliest known reference to the modern day concept of conflict of interest. He was trying to formulate the concept of conflict of interest in what he said, because he said your interest will no doubt bias your judgment. So James Madison told us the reason why Article 3 says what it says right there. No man can be judged in his own cause. Therefore, a body of men cannot be both party and judge at the same time. Now, we also have another founding father who wrote another part of the Federalist Papers known as Alexander Hamilton. He wrote the Federalist Number 80. And let's see what Alexander Hamilton had to say about this particular issue. He made two statements in the Federalist Number 80 that are pertinent to this. First off, he said, the federal judicial authority of the Union must extend all cases between a state and the citizens thereof. So if there's a dispute between a state and the citizens thereof, the federal judicial authority must extend, right? Sounds awfully close to in all cases which a state shall be party. The federal judicial authority shall have original jurisdiction, right? Absolutely. Now, he also said state tribunals cannot be presumed to be impartial when they speak for themselves. No man ought certainly to be judged in his own cause or in any cause with which he has the least bit bias or interest. State tribunals cannot be presumed to be impartial when they speak for themselves. This is also making that same reference. So we have two of the drafters of the Federalist Papers, two of the founding fathers that are pointing the fact that Article 3 says that if a state is a party in the cause, the Supreme Court or the federal judicial authority must extend. But we also have a third drafter of the Federalist Papers. His name was John Jay, and he just so happens to be the first Chief Justice of the United States Supreme Court. Now, he didn't make a reference within the Federalist Papers because he only wrote two of them, right? But he did do a case and wrote an assenting opinion in 1811 under the case Martin versus Hunter's lessee. And so we can turn to him and see what he said as the assenting opinion, the third drafter of the Federalist Papers. He said the Constitution has presumed that state interests, state attachments, state prejudices, state jealousies might sometimes obstruct the administration of justice by state judges. Therefore, it is the case and not the court that grants original jurisdiction to the Supreme Court. It is the case and not the court that grants original jurisdiction to the Supreme Court. The reason why is because the Constitution says in all cases that a state shall be party, the Supreme Court shall have original jurisdiction. So if the state is named a party in the case, Supreme Court of the United States has original jurisdiction, stated by James Madison, Alexander Hamilton, and John Jay. The state, you don't have to go and exhaust remedies with the state. You don't have to go to the highest court in the state to get permission to give the Supreme Court of the United States jurisdiction, because it's the case and not the court that grants jurisdiction. There's no exhausting of remedies. The reason why is because if the state is determining what is or is not criminal behavior, right? And then they're investigating what is or is not criminal behavior. And then they're bringing an accusation as to what is or is not criminal behavior. And then they're judging what is or is not criminal behavior. And then they're profiting off of the forced involuntary servitude of what they have deemed criminal behavior. Where's the neutral and unbiased decision maker? Our founders knew this.
Right.
Therefore, if the state brings an accusation through any one of their agents for any offense, be it law enforcement, be it a prosecutor, it doesn't matter. If the state brings an accusation through one of their agents, then the United States Supreme Court has original jurisdiction. No other court in the country has jurisdiction. And anytime that a court acts without jurisdiction, what it produces is void, wholly without force or effect on the parties involved in dispute. That's under Civil Rule 60(b)(4). So when the state police officer, state agent, says to you that you have traveled unlawfully, that you are breaking the law, your accuser is now that state agent. And the state may not be the accuser and also the judge. Because Title 28, subsection 455, which is the automatic recusal law for judicial officers, automatic recusal, what it says that a judge has a mandatory, non-waivable, self-executing duty to recuse himself if he is an officer of either party. And these are judicial officers of the state. And as a result, they must recuse themselves, non-waivable, self-executing duty to recuse themselves, and failure to do so, according to Hill versus Weeks, United States Supreme Court. Anytime that the judge acts without jurisdiction, he is warring against the Constitution and committing the crime of treason, already litigated and done.
Okay, so then what? You said a bunch right there, bro. You hit so hard. That was actually really good. And you're really good with your words. Your memory is phenomenal, bro. Jeez Louise. Congratulations, if I can, and I may. That was, first off, you're really good. I like you, Tanawah. You do great.
It's the biggest bully in the world, brother. I better know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, you're doing you do really great, bro. You do really good.
Thank you.
Jack wanted to ask a quick question. Jack, if you want to unmute yourself.
Yeah, so I totally agree with everything you've said, because I recently had a court case where my lawyer was shit, of course, and I noticed that thanks to Cameron and this type of group pointing that kind of stuff out. But by any chance, could there have been some kind of case law, statutes, or other type of I don't know, maybe even an executive orders or some shit that would have delegated those powers from the Supreme Court back down to the states, or some other type of fuck up like that?
So that's a good question. That's a good question. But remember, any law repugnant to the Constitution is unconstitutional. Anything repugnant to the Constitution is unconstitutional.
So we would pretty much just need to make an amendment to.
Well, so the only way to make an amendment, you have to go to the special amending procedure of Article 5. That's the only lawful way to make an amendment to the Constitution. Because remember, sedition is defined as the speaking or writing of words, such as law established, in order to cause disaffection to the Constitution, to procure its alteration in other than lawful manner. There's one way to change the Constitution. And if you want to know how to do that, you go to the special amending procedure of Article 5. And any other way would be an act of sedition committed by traitors to the nation.
Gotcha.
So if
and
the
just
officer,
one.
So if the executive officer, the president, if he created an order, because remember, presidents and the executive branch doesn't create law. This is Chevron ruling from June 28th of this year, right? So Chevron was all about the fact that executive branch, you don't get to create law. You don't get to amend law. right? If you're
Thank
not
you.
clear on what the law says, if you think it's ambiguous and not clear, then you need to go to the branch of government that has the authority to amend it. Don't just write policy and then go enforce it because you have no authority to amend the law. That was what Chevron was all about. So the only branch of government that has the power to legislate, according to Clause 1, Article 1, is all legislative powers vested in the Congress of the United States. The executive branch has no authority to make law. They make orders. But remember, orders only affect those that are being ordered.
Right.
President
Consent.
cannot order the people. He
Yeah,
can only
consent.
order. Right.
Yeah.
Executive orders only affect executive officers. They do not, that's not law. So if he directed his executive officers to act contrary to their obligation codified in the Constitution of the United States, then remember, an emoluments violation is when the government creates a law that directs someone else to break the law. Right? You can never create a law that directs someone else to break the law.
One.
Yeah.
Can I interject here for just a second?
Yeah.
I just have one quick question. Do you have a website or someplace you share these kind of documents? Because I'm trying to litigate against the judges based off that, plus other constitutional violations, and this would really help if you have documents you could share.
Yeah, I've got about 700 or 800 videos out that details little bits and pieces of this. I've got lots of hour-long videos that you guys are welcome to. I have a website. It's www.tanawah. That's my first name, TANAWAH, Tanawah.com. And from there, there's not a lot of options on there, but it does direct you to like my YouTube page and TikTok. I've got lots and lots of stuff there. I have lots of platforms, but the website is Tanawah.com. And that tells about the litigation that we're in. Guys, we're at the tail end of this. Like I've served 37 state attorney generals between May and June 6th. So I've already served the attorney generals of the states. I served the United States Attorney General on April 16th of this year. So he's been served. I served 37 state Supreme Courts between July and September 6th. And I've served 100 United States senators and 320 some United States representatives. Everybody's been served, right? We're done. We're waiting right now for the docket to be issued at the United States Supreme Court, and they're reluctant to do it because this is obviously a big deal that they're going to have to address because this is their problem. They caused this because when the judicial branch creates a ruling that says you don't have to follow the Constitution, now the judicial branch has fundamentally altered the Constitution of the United States, and they've done it in other than lawful manner. Therefore, they've introduced fraud into the whole system and directed every court within the purview of the United States of America that they don't have to do what the Constitution of the United States requires them to do, which again is an emoluments violation. They can't create a ruling and erroneously call it law because all legislative powers in the Congress. So we got Chevron. Chevron was all about executive branch. You don't create law. Now we're working on the second half. Judicial branch, you don't create law either.
Yeah.
Once we get that, then we can get the Constitution back in its foundation where it deserves to be and remove all this bullshit that the executive branch and the judicial branch has put into place that's not law.
Well, we can already see it working. We got people putting in stuff and notices, and I'm getting order dismissals, and they're just dropping them, getting them stricken dismissals, fairly across the board now. It's coming across the board fairly smooth. But, everybody's different. Some people don't get no play, and everybody wants to find a silver bullet, but I know everybody's situation different. What in your mind would be like a silver bullet, let's just say in relation to traffic law? Because right now what we got going on is we got a traffic law reform petition. And what we've done is we've developed this petition so that we can put forth in an act to get, put on, to go to the legislators to start trying to get some change around this thing. Because we already see we got some change down in Nevada. We see there's possible changes going down with some other organizations that we're working with, Fines and Fees Justice Center, Priya Jones. I don't know if you know of them, but there's some organizations and foundations, really kind of pushing forward on that aspect. Do you have a silver bullet that you recommend, or is it just play by ear? How do you go about any kind of traffic law type situation?
So the way that I talk about it with everybody is that I don't go in and deal with the low courts. A lot of people ask me to come and help them with their cases and stuff. And I'm sorry to say it, but that's a distraction. And the reason why, and don't get me wrong, like I'm not being unsensitive. What I'm saying is that I'm focused on one fight, one battle, because this issue of criminality, whatever that criminality is, whether they say that you're a criminal for driving in your car, you know, without registration, license, and insurance, whatever that criminality is, we can't go and arrest the people for the crimes that they commit, because if our country is being led by criminals, because remember, a criminal is simply one that transgresses the law. It doesn't matter if you transgress the Constitution or if you transgress the law, you're a criminal. But if our country is being led by criminals, if the Supreme Court of the United States are criminals because they're not following the law that limits their power, they're not following their obligations and thus breaking the law, then that means that everything that they do is unlawful, which means that they're leading all of their agents in a direction of unlawfulness. So I don't see a lot. I don't see a massive change out at the state level. We're seeing there's a whole bunch of people that are winning on challenging the original jurisdiction. I can't.
That's just, but let me, okay, so original jurisdiction is what you're invoking, is what you're saying?
Yeah. So the TER, the We Shall Be Free TER is what I call what I'm doing. It's the We Shall Be Free TER. And we have two different slogans. One is fighting crime from the top down, because we got to start at the top, and we got to make sure that we have leaders that are leading these judges in a lawful direction because they're obeying the law. And if they're not going to obey the law, then we can expect that their leaders are not going to obey the law either. The only reason why judges out here at states are breaking the law, not fulfilling their obligations constitutionally, is because their leadership is permitting them to. So we got to fight this crime from the top down. We got to go to them and say, okay, what do you want to do, Supreme Court? Do you want to be known as traitors that destroyed America because you failed to uphold and defend the one thing that your institution was created to protect and defend?
Right.
Or want to accept your criminality and thus direct all of your agents to act and follow you in a lawful manner?
Yeah.
Now that's the first one. The second one is it's one question, one action, every prisoner. Because we only need one question, right? Supreme Court of the United States, why is it that for 243 years you failed to fulfill the obligation that you have constitutionally codified in Article 3 to be the court of original jurisdiction? Why have you failed to fulfill that obligation for 243 years? That's the question. And it only requires one action. And once I'm able to successfully litigate that one question, then that results in mass voiding of judgments, because if the highest court in the land decided that they're going to create laws and fundamentally alter the Constitution of the United States by removing the provisions of the Constitution and thus directing all the states that they can now, create their own laws, the state laws are all unconstitutional because they derive.
Because what I'm thinking of when you say that is terminology in relation to want of jurisdiction is not jurisdiction in and of itself, and is void. Not voidable, but void, just the want of jurisdiction. Meaning that if one was to file, I don't know what you file, but if one was to file something with the right proper language at the right proper source and not showing up to court, because I have people that come on and be like, don't even show up to court, man. Don't show up to court. And I'm just like, why are you telling my people that, man? They're going to get a warrant after their ass. You know what I'm saying? So, like, what do you say to that? Are we still falling in line with that? By not showing up, you're not giving up jurisdiction, and we're going, go ahead, explain a little bit.
I mean, that's a decision everybody needs to make. People ask me, I've been asked that at least 10 times today. Like, well, what are we supposed to do? They're going to issue a warrant. And all I can say is that that's an individual choice that you're going to have to make. But it's a decision that you're going to have to make, because if you're going to claim to be free, eventually you have to act like you're free, right? If they don't have the authority to summons you into the court, then why would you obey that summons, right? That's a decision that you individually have to make. And yeah, they will probably issue a warrant for you. But, if you accept their authority and you bow down to it out of fear that they're going to come after you, then that's not a free person. Remember, our founding fathers, they had to make a choice themselves. When they signed that Declaration of Independence, they were going to be deemed traitors. And so they were signing either a death warrant or they were signing victory. And they had to give their life, their honor, their integrity, their wealth, all on this. And they had to accept that if they failed, that they were going to lose their lives. But what I got to ask people is that if you say to me, I got these things to risk. I got too much to risk. Like, I got a job, or I got a car, I got a house, I got all these things that it's too much for me to risk to get involved in this. I got to say to you, well, consider what you're going to lose if you don't get involved, right? Because what good is your money going to be when there is no government to receive it? And what good is your property going to be when you don't have the right to own it? There's a time when we all have to decide for ourselves, are we going to, are we going to die on our knees, or are we going to stand up and fulfill our obligation of defending freedom so that we all have the right to be free? Because if we claim the right to be free, we must defend the freedom, because if we don't, then by our breach of obligation, we will have conceded our right to be free.
Most definitely. And I think that's why I think mostly everybody is here, bro. Everybody, including myself, is all learning the application of law and how to be free, right? So we're getting into advanced canonical procedures in relation to the workflow, as far as principles, doctrines, a lot of different aspects that people just don't normally know, right? Rule of lenity, whole rule act. I mean, just the line goes on: exclusionary, fruit of the poisonous tree. We can go through all of them, right? And so as we get through those, what we're doing is we're starting to find out, well, there's deeper principles here at play, right? Like no corpus delicti, no verified complaint, lack of ratification, right? Those aspects that it's all avoidable and really not applicable in the first place, due to the fact that we're not employees, we're not residents of the state. You know, those contracts or the nexus that binds us is what's keeping us to where they are putting forth the presumptions. And we know they have legal presumptions, right? I understand that. But again, it's all about rebutting them, and rebutting them the right way, without, too much. And what we're doing is we're finding out, as we just had Eddie Craig on about 2.5 weeks ago. 2.5 weeks ago, y'all, maybe 3 weeks ago. And when Eddie Craig was on, it was really cool because, he's kind of breaking us down from his perspective and what he's gone through in law as well. Geez, a whole bunch of people coming back in. I gotta admit, hold on. And as he's going through everything, we learned a lot in relation to his approach and how he goes through things. So I'm always curious when it again comes to this. You're pulling the original jurisdiction, but how does that look in relation to filing things? Like, what are you filing? You have to be filing something. What are you doing? You're putting a notice out. Like, what is the great Tanawah do?
That's a great question. But so here's the thing, right? People think that I'm an attorney. I'm not. I'm an advocate. I specialize in substantive law. Attorneys specialize in adjective law. I got masters from the most expensive university in the United States, graduated 3.98 GPA on the South Lawn of the White House in substantive law. I deal with law enforcement. I don't deal with courts. Fuck courts. I hate judges. I hate fucking prosecutors and attorneys. I'm the exact opposite of them. My law is all what you just talked about. Corpus delicti, actus reus and mens rea. And, I deal with building a case. But I also spent 8 years in special operations military. So I'm not going to fight within their battlefield, right? I'm going to fight asymmetrical warfare. I'm going to fight out here, because ultimately the decision is going to come from the court, but the battle spot in the opinion of the public. I'm building a case because I specialize in law enforcement. I build a case against criminals, and I've determined who the criminals are, and I'm building that case. I'm not going to go into their battlefield and fight within their battlefield. I'm going to piss them off by doing all this stuff out here, by serving their attorney generals with notices of crimes that their agents are committing. I'm going to serve their Supreme Courts with notices that crimes are being committed. I'm not going to go in and do anything in the courtroom because that's where they want to play. I'm going to play in a different field. And so that's what I do. But, the guy that was just on a moment ago, he asked the question about, what about the UCC or, whatever. He was mentioning, whether or not a law was created that permitted the Supreme Court to give jurisdiction to a different court. Guys, what you got to remember is that when a constitutional obligation is established, you can't change that obligation without amending the Constitution. So a constitutional obligation is always non-discretionary. It's non-waivable. It's non-discretionary. You can't use your discretion to break the law. So if the Constitution creates the obligation for the Supreme Court to hear the case, they can't be accorded discretion, because that would be applying their discretion abusively to break the law. So they cannot be accorded discretion, right? But the other thing is they can't delegate it, because that would be altering the Constitution. The Constitution has created the obligation for the Supreme Court to hear it first. That's an obligation. And as an obligation, they can't use discretion to break the law. Supreme Court has already litigated. You can use discretion with regard to your power, but you may not use discretion with regard to one's obligations. Obligations must be performed. So that court is a court of discretion, so long as a state is not named a party and you don't go in and invoke original jurisdiction. If you go in and invoke original jurisdiction and say to them, you have an obligation to hear this, I'm not asking you. There's no appeal, right? I'm coming in here invoking original jurisdiction.
Oh, so you're just invoking that bad boy right off the bat, verbally.
Right off the bat. Because we're not appealing. There's nothing to appeal. We're not going to use their appellate jurisdiction, because so when it comes to void judgments, right? So in order for a court to render a legally binding decision, it must have two things. It must have subject matter jurisdiction and it must have personal jurisdiction.
And
Subject,
which one? And what?
What did he say?
Personam and subject?
subject and personal.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. So subject matter jurisdiction is the right to oversee the type of case that's brought before it. So in the case of a death, you wouldn't bring it to a small claims court because they wouldn't have subject matter jurisdiction to oversee the disposition of the deceased assets. You bring that to a probate court. That would be the court that would have subject matter jurisdiction to deal with that issue. Personal jurisdiction is the right to oversee the parties involved in a dispute. So when the Constitution says that if a state is named a party, Supreme Court has original jurisdiction, that means that they are the only court with personal jurisdiction because no other court can hear that case but the Supreme Court. So they have personal jurisdiction over a case with a state. Read Article 3, guys. If a state is named a party, Supreme Court has original jurisdiction. That means they have personal jurisdiction. Now, when you go to Civil Rule 60, because Civil Rule 60 deals with the nullification of judgments, Civil Rule 60B4, Civil Rule 60B4, what it says.
Federal civil rule, is that what federal civil rule?
It is federal, but remember, this Constitution and the laws of the United States shall be the supreme law of the land. States must follow the federal law.
That's what I'm asking though. That's where it's found in federal.
The rules of civil procedure, Civil Rule 60B4. And what 60B4 says is it says that a judgment is either valid or void. It can't be anything else. It's either valid or void. It is void in all instances except for when a court rendering decision lacks either subject matter jurisdiction or personal jurisdiction. If it lacks either one of those two things, that is a void judgment, not a valid judgment. It's a void judgment, and a void judgment is always and forever void. It can never become valid because the court can never obtain jurisdiction when it lacks jurisdiction. Remember, jurisdiction is the first duty to the court. Before the court can even be a court, it must have jurisdiction, and jurisdiction is statutorily imposed. So when the people of the United States created the Constitution in our sovereignty, we created the Constitution. The Constitution created jurisdiction. Jurisdiction then created the court, and the court then created the agent, meaning that the agent is the bottom of the totem pole. We're at the top. That which is created cannot be above the creator. The court cannot grant itself jurisdiction because the jurisdiction exists before the court. The first duty to that court is they must determine if they have jurisdiction. If they do not, then they have no authority to be able to take any action whatsoever in that case, and any decision, actions rendered will be void without fully force or effect on the parties involved in the dispute. That's Civil Rule 60B4. So what we're doing is we're saying that we have, right now I have 500,000 criminal affidavits on behalf of people across the country, 37 states. We have 500,000 criminal affidavits. We're taking those 500,000 criminal affidavits to the Supreme Court of the United States and saying, here are crimes that are being committed by your agents all across the country, the crime of deprivation of rights under color of law, because when a prosecuting attorney chooses to rely upon an inferior state statute to deprive a person of rights that's guaranteed by the Constitution of the United States, they just committed that crime. Title 18, subsection 242, which states any person who, under the color of any state statute, ordinance, custom, or regulation, deprives any person of any rights secured by the Constitution, commits that crime. So prosecutors may not rely upon an inferior state statute to breach their obligation of ensuring that they fulfill the constitutional rights. But when they do, they commit a crime. And then when they go to a judicial officer and they say to that judge, here, judge, I'd like you to hold this person over with the incorrect charging instrument, that judge has the duty and responsibility to ensure the power they exercise is consistent with their authority. If they choose to exercise their power based upon the prosecutor's abuse of power, who relied upon an inferior state statute to deprive a person of right that's guaranteed by the Constitution, that judge is also now depriving you of your rights due to their negligence, right? And they've now established a conspiracy to deprive rights, Title 18, subsection 241, which states when two or more persons conspire for the purpose of depriving any person of any rights secured by the Constitution commits that crime. So then when the judge signs this order for an arrest with the incorrect charging instrument, thus depriving you of a right, and then they hand it off to an officer to go out and perform an arrest, that officer also has the duty and responsibility to ensure the power he exercises is consistent with his authority. If he chooses to exercise power based upon the judge's abuse of power, who relied upon the prosecutor's abuse of power, who relied upon an inferior state statute to deprive a person of right guaranteed by the Constitution, that officer is also now depriving you of rights due to his negligence. He is also a member of the conspiracy. And when they go out and perform an arrest without having the proper documentation in place and take a person against their will, right, they are now committing the crime of kidnapping. It's a federal offense, 1201, because they're holding the victim over for ransom in the form of bail. Anytime you have ransom associated with kidnapping, that is a federal offense every single time. And anytime you have a deprivation of rights under Colorado law that occurs in conjunction with the kidnapping, now you have a capital offense. These are
So how do we hold them accountable?
Well, that's a good question. I have 500,000 criminal complaints from 500,000 people that this same thing, exact same thing happened to them. Someone portraying themselves as a prosecuting attorney did deprive them of a right when they charged them by information, not by indictment. I have 500,000 people that have already given me an affidavit in the exact same format, because those are all on my website too. You go to my website, you can download.
Yeah, I've looked into it. Yeah.
Yeah. So I'm trying to bring everybody into the exact same procedural situation. So we only want the affidavits in the exact same format with the exact same information, so that I can show all of these. And what I'm doing now is we've provided service to all the attorney generals. We've given them ample opportunity to be able to, to direct their agents to act in a lawful manner, and they failed to do so. They had since May to stop committing the crimes, right? And they didn't do it. So now they're permitting it, because remember, notice to agent is notice to principal, but notice to principal is notice to agent. The moment that I notify the highest executive officer in the state of crimes that the executive officer's agents are committing, when he fails to take action, every single prosecutor in the country, every single prosecutor in the state has been notified because of the highest executive officer's failure to take action to correct the unlawful acts. So that's then I went back and I served the Supreme Courts of those same 37 states. I served through the clerk of court of those Supreme Courts with the same notice, giving them opportunity to be able to direct all their judges to stop committing crimes. And when they failed to respond and do it, and they continued as business as normal, well, now they're permitting this unlawful criminal acts to occur. And now we have completely rendered recusal of all these states. None of these states can adjudicate this, because they're all engaged in criminal behavior, and they have chosen not to address the criminality of their agents. And so as a result, now we have 37 states that have been enjoined into this massive monster of a lawsuit. We've served the United States Attorney General. He failed to direct everyone to take action as lawfully required. And then we went and I served over the summer the United States Senators, the United States Congressmen, all of them. They had an opportunity to be able to correct the behavior. They chose not to do it. So, your question is how do we get them to deal with it? Well, the only step we have left is the Supreme Court of the United States. And if 500,000 criminal complaints, crimes that are being committed by their own agents, if that's not sufficient enough for them to stop and act in a lawful manner, then I think that it's time for the people of the United States to understand that the United States Supreme Court is not what we think it is. They're criminals that are permitting.
Of course it's not. I mean, probably not. I mean, at some point, maybe we just have to go into our local governments and actually throw people out, like physically be like, y'all are done.
I mean, you're right. But all that I can do is, so, from the very beginning, when I started all of this, I said, what I'm going to do is I'm going to draw a line in the sand, right? I'm drawing a line in the sand. This is the law. And this law, what I'm going to do is I can't prevent them from exercising their power. They're going to either exercise their power or not. But what I can do is I can show them what the law states, what your obligations are. You guys are clearly operating outside of it. And if you're acting unlawfully, then what you're going to produce is unlawful, because any unlawful act at the beginning cannot become lawful over time or by subsequent legislation. If government breaks the law in the pursuance of an outcome, that outcome is unlawful every single time. So when government is taking action against you or for right of travel or whatever else, if they're arresting you without authority, then everything that drives from that unconstitutional arrest or that unconstitutional action or that unlawful action will all be unlawful, because it's all tainted by the illegality of the way it is obtained.
And that's my point. We get that. That's my point, is how do we go about holding these people accountable when they do that from an officer who has a terrible shooting that he did not have a good shoot. It's investigated. They call it a good shoot, but then the dash cam comes out or body cam comes out and you find out, oh, it wasn't even close to what they reported. I mean, so how do we hold those kind of people accountable, those instances accountable? Where do we go to get these people out?
Well, I mean,
I know that's a loaded question.
Sort of. All that I can say is that I'm not going to give up hope on this country until this country is destroyed, right? I will not give up. And my hope is that I'm going to find one honorable person in this government, because the writ that I submitted to the Supreme Court last September, because they've had it since September 29th, they were refusing to docket it. And when they refused to docket it, I didn't challenge them on it because I know that that's a crime. It's obstruction of justice. But nonetheless, I'm not going to fight with them in their realm, because I'm not going to play by the rules that the system itself doesn't play by. That would be insane. I'm not going to ask criminals to stop committing crimes. So it was at that point in time that I said, okay, I'm going to focus on raising awareness to the public. I'm going to focus on getting out here and sowing the seeds of justice, helping people understand, this. And then when awareness is high enough, then I'm going to go back to the court, right? It was 2 years ago that I submitted the writ. And then a couple months later, after continuing to battle in the courts and not getting anywhere at the courts because they're just refusing to follow the law, I finally went to the U.S. attorneys in Las Vegas. And this was a couple days before Christmas 2 years ago. I went into the U.S. attorney's office and I said, you know what? I'm going to stop asking. I'm not going to ask criminals to stop committing crimes. You guys are what you are. If I play as a scorpion and it stings me, I'm not going to blame it for stinging me because I knew what it was. I know you guys are criminals. I'm no longer going to ask you to stop committing crimes. I said that the next time you hear from me, I'm going to be walking to Supreme Court with 500,000 criminal affidavits on behalf of people in the United States. And I'm going to ask them, what do you want to do about this? Either one, you are what you say you are, and you can direct your agents to act in a lawful manner, or you're nothing, go home, shut off the lights, and because you have no power, you have no job, Constitution's done, nation doesn't exist, tell 330 million people that you aren't what you say you are, and go home. Because if you don't have the power to direct your agents to act in a lawful manner and obey the very laws that you have to obey, Supreme Court, then you are not supreme of anything. You have no power. You guys are nothing. Go home, shut off your lights, and we're done, right?
Yeah.
But the writ that I submitted only requires one justice. One. We don't have to have oral arguments. We don't have to have a rule of 4, although we have it. In fact, we have 6 because we have a conceptual or textualist court on right now, a 6-3 majority textualist court that are going to be looking at the original intent of the Constitution. And I just told you the original intent. There's no denying the original intent.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
We already have 6 right now today as a 6-3 textualist majority. So we have the court that would make this decision, but they're ignoring it because it's just that big of a deal. But again, all I need is one. And that's why a lot of my videos, a lot of the things I'm doing is I'm talking directly to them. Because for Justice Thomas, for instance, Justice Thomas, I've read the memoirs of every one of them. I know these guys better than they know themselves at this point in time. I'm good at learning the enemy, because if you don't know your enemy, that's a sure way of being defeated. I've spent many, many years studying this enemy, getting to know them, knowing what they say that they are, and then being able to point out, but your actions show something different. So when Miss Sotomayor says that she's a proud Hispanic woman and that she loves her Hispanic people, but yet in Texas, New Mexico, Arizona, and California, they're imprisoning at a rate of 60 times or 6 times more than the white person, I would say to you, Miss Sotomayor, that's your institution, and that doesn't sound like a very proud Hispanic person to me. She's responsible for the oppression that's come upon her own people here in America. So don't say that you're a proud Hispanic woman, because I'm going to say you're kind of a liar because your actions don't show that, right? So there's the first one, so there's the first issue. So then Thomas is another great example, right? Because Thomas, I know that Thomas, that he was originally going to seminary school. He was going to be a priest, and he dropped out of seminary school because he wanted to help his people. He wanted to deal with the Plessy versus Ferguson issue, and he wanted to remove segregation. Now, it wasn't him that did it. It was his predecessor, Mr. Thurgood Marshall, that actually did that. But Thomas is looking to make his mark on the court, and Thomas is kind of a piece of shit now, right? Right? But if he wants to say that he wants to free his people from the oppression that's come upon him, I'm going to say to him, Thomas, you got the opportunity. Because the writ that I submitted is sitting on his desk, and he could sign it because it only takes one, and he could do the things that he says he wants to do. He could be the person he says he is. But I'm going to say your actions show something different, Thomas, because you're kind of a piece of shit, right? Right? That's what you are. Now, Miss Brown also, because Miss Brown just so happens she's the only criminal defense attorney to have ever been on the court. Everyone else they've never been criminal defense attorneys. She's the one that knows that the things I'm saying is true. Right? That the system is not just, and the innocence does suffer. She knows that. And we know that she knows that because of some of the dissensions that she's written recently. She just wrote a dissension that said that she's tired of the court's no-see doctrine with regard to considering the innocence of prisoners. Well, I'm going to say that if those are your words, Miss Brown, then the problem is that your actions don't show it, because she could sign this writ and address this issue if she really believed that.
Okay. Okay, wait. I'm going to stop.
Yeah.
All right, I've been letting you roll on for a little bit now. We got some more people that we got to have come up. We got Brandon Joe Williams in this thing. We also got Ryan in this thing. And then we got some more other people. Yeah, for sure. I wanted Tanawah to come down because I know Tanawah down and he cold with him. But I want to give some final words over to you if you got to run and do other things. I know you be staying busy. But I did want to have people come through so you get your platform out there a little bit to my followers to help support you a little bit more in what you're doing. Because I think you're doing phenomenal work. I just don't think you're getting the views that you should. So
yeah, I'm not. They're shadow banning me.
yeah, you need to make another channel. You just need to make a whole new channel, bro. As much as I know you don't want to, you need to make just a whole new channel, bro. Because that channel is shot. You're gonna have to make a new one, bro. They're not gonna let you out of that. So
I had a super quick question.
Yeah, go ahead.
Of the, I believe you said 37 states that were involved in the suit, is Michigan one of those big names on that suit?
Yep. So we served General Nessel. That was the fourth service that I did. And so, yeah, Michigan's been served, both the Supreme Court and attorney.
I had a feeling.
And we served on the Blake family.
Thank you, sir. I had a real good feeling that Michigan was going to definitely be one of those.
Michigan is absolutely charging by way of information, not by indictment. That is one of the that's one of the states, one of the primary 13 states that we have in our targets. Yeah.
I could show you two cases that that I'm aware of currently that would fit that bill. So, thanks, sir.
So just because the states weren't served doesn't mean that they won't be impacted. You know, I originally had. I wanted to do 2/3 of the states because that's the number of states that's necessary to trigger a constitutional convention. If we have to bypass the legislature and do this on our own as the people, I needed 2/3 of the state served, which 2/3 of the state is 33. So I needed to serve 32 because Washington was the original respondent. So that would give us a 33 number. We exceeded that and we ended up with 37. So we've done the necessary states to be able to have a constitutional convention if that's the direction that the people need to go. I'm praying that it's not, but we're ready to do it if that's what's necessary. We've already served them, and so.
Hey, Tanawah.
Yes, sir.
Everybody wants your info. They're saying you need to post your info in the chat. Can you put your website in the chat or something?
Yeah, where do I do?
All you gotta do is search up Tanawah Downing. Really, honestly, just like his name says. That's all you gotta search up, and he pops up, y'all. He's pretty easy.
Just got one more thing. I just wanted to say too that in my research, I just happened to be aware that it's amazing to me that Washington is the state that originated in, because isn't Washington? It's one of the only states that never changed their original state constitution. But you said they violated in the original writing of their original state constitution.
Yep.
That's on. Wow. Who would have guessed?
Yeah.
No kidding.
Again, the reason why is because their state constitution was adopted or was ratified in 1788, I believe, which 1787 was the year of Hurtado versus California.
Okay, but wait. Then, do you know what's going on right now with the Bundy case then in Nevada?
The Bundy?
Yeah, the Bundy case in Nevada. You don't know anything about Mike Little and what's going on with Mike Little?
No.
Man, come on, bro. There's 11.5 million acres that was never ceded over. The federal government ceded it and Nevada ceded it. There was 11.5 million acres of Nevada that nobody owned. Mike Little comes through and finds out about it, makes claim to that bad boy, and then they kill him. And then in September, they filed the suit. It's Bundy versus everybody. They go in the relief requested, they got 20 trillion. They got 20 trillion in the relief requested. 10 trillions for Michael Little's trust fund and another 10 trillion for the People's Bank of Nevada. The Nevadians People Bank to get all that fraud and mortgage up out of there. Because Clark County, it's all sitting on fraud. It's all fraud, Tanawah. Michael Little claimed the 11.5 million acres it was never ratified in the Constitution either. 11.5 million acres. It's a big one too now, right now. So that's a big case too. That's a big one, bro. So we're seeing a lot of big ones getting cooked up right now. It kind of makes me hype,
Man,
you know, like woo.
A lot of people pissed off right now. I mean, I'd hate to be the Supreme Court because ultimately what the Supreme Court's going to have to do here is they're going to have to admit that they introduced fraud. Their court introduced fraud in it was 1833 was when they first did it. I'm attacking 1887, but it's actually 1833 is that where we're going to be able to go back to. But that means that if the Supreme Court and the highest court in the land introduced fraud by creating a ruling and erroneously calling it law when they don't have authority to create law, and then they directed all the states to follow their ruling that was contrary to the Constitution, and the states then enacted these state statutes that are repugnant to the Constitution, such as Washington State's provision in its Constitution, then that means that all of the contracts that were created relying upon the inferior state statute that was unconstitutional, they're all void. That's why I fight out at the state level because all I can do is fight the law that creates the contract, and when the law is deemed unconstitutional, all the contracts are unconstitutional.
Right.
Like these states that created driving laws and all the rest, if we can attack
well, they didn't create it. They didn't create it. It was the AAMVA that created it, and you know that. It was the AAMVA. They got 4 districts, including Canada and Mexico. Okay, we know about that bad boy. Okay, check it out.
Yeah.
You know, I'm sorry. I don't want to cut you short. I really don't, but I have to get on to my other people. Yeah, I kind of let you keep on for a long.
We're good. We're good.
Final words. Everybody, I want y'all to say thank you for Tanawah. Y'all need to give them support, unmute, and say thank you to Tanawah, y'all.
Thanks a lot,
Thank
Tan.
you.
Thank you.
Thank
Appreciate you.
Thanks, Tanawah.
Thank you.
Appreciate you.
Thanks, Tanawah. That was great.
Thank you guys so much, man. It's been an honor to serve this country, guys. It's been a real honor, and I hope that I can set the example for one of these politicians to actually step up and act honorably. Because if we can get one, I think that'll be enough. I think it'll be enough. All right.
A lot of people are doubtful of that. They really hate the politicians, and they're like, it's just a good old boys club. But we'll see what we can do.
Well,
little by little. So
if that's the case, then the people of the United States needs to know that. And so, they got to make this decision. The destruction is going to be on their hands. If they don't want to act honorably, then the people need to understand, the true reality of the system. Because the only reason why the judges are able to do the crimes that they're doing is because the people of the United States are permitting them to do it. The people are responsible for the judges, and when they don't hold their agents accountable for shooting someone, like one of the people just asked, like how do we hold them accountable when they kill someone, when they murder someone? Remember, of the 1,500 people that have been put to death in this country, 139 of them have been proven to have been innocent after they were murdered. 139. Right. And of the remaining, another 186 were exonerated after being placed onto death row. Those two numbers alone represent 18% of people that were placed onto death row were factually innocent based upon the evidence that we have today. That's not good. That's evil. That sucks.
Oh yeah, there's no doubt about it, and that's kind of like the same thing that we find for in relation to traffic law reform, because just within the past 3 years, there's 3,600 deaths based on traffic stops. Then if you look at that, well, how many people does it affect? If they just had one parent still alive, let alone 2. What about a grandparent? Well, what about a child and a wife? You see how exponential the number gets of people affected just based on each one of those deaths. So I think it's very important that we really start to understand, and I think a lot of the people are waking up completely all the way across the board in relation to rights, standing on them, invoking them, not waiving them, because, we've just been out here acquiescing and surrendering our rights without really understanding. A lot of us really have, in the streets, we really are. We just acquiesce. So again, I want to thank you for coming on, bro. You're amazing, dude. We're gonna support you, dude. If you want to come on, you got a platform, you got some announcements to make. We got you. We support you. What I wanted to do is I wanted to see, I think we had Ryan wanting to come up next, and then we got Brandon Joe Williams in this thing. Brandon, you gonna unmute and come up? What you got going on, G? Where you at? I know he up in this thing. He said he was gonna come on. I don't know if he gonna unmute. He gonna uncam. I don't know what we got going. I was
thinking about it.
Oh, okay. What's up, G? What's going on, man?
I was thinking about presenting my crack-headed fucking pickle self. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, it's hard to come on after Tanawah, because he's so hard hitting. Like it's 100% just hard hitting, like factual data, like verbatim,
Oh, God.
and it's like boom in your face. But he's got it, and I think some of the things that he's doing is very beneficial because I be seeing him, bro. Like I've been seeing him for a long time, and I always just wonder, like, why ain't dude getting these, the views that he's supposed to be getting and stuff like that. Like, what's going on? Because he's definitely factual, but you can tell it's just due to the aspect that he's just getting suppressed for sure. I think he just needs to make a whole new channel and name it something different on his name. Keep speaking the same way and see if it goes. But I don't know. What do you think? Because he's very smart.
Just call yourself one stupid fucking dress up in crazy ass outfits and onesies and shit. You'll be fine. I mean, I'm the guy who knows. I'm the guy who knows. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Straight up. No, but
I mean, if I could hit one big podcast, like these guys want to talk to me, but they just haven't heard yet. But if I could hit a Rogan, this would be over. Because when Dr. King was dealing with Plessy versus Ferguson, he knew segregation was wrong. He knew why it was wrong, but he knew if he could get the country talking about the issue, that would be all that would be necessary to overcome it. It took his death to bring enough attention to the issue that the country started talking about it. But all we got to do is get the country talking about this issue. Why is it that states think that they can not follow the Constitution? That's something that the people would want to talk about. Like, wait a second now. What do you mean state of Washington doesn't follow the Constitution? What do you mean that there's 700,000 people currently imprisoned in America on direct facial constitutional violations that aren't even valid because they didn't have the correct documentation in place to arrest them? That's something that people should be talking about.
Well, that's what we are talking about. And that's what we're doing, actually. Like we have a Discord and we got, 28 cases now back there, Quentin? And, like with Quentin's situation, Quentin, why don't you come on and explain your situation real quick?
Well, where you want me to start? I was just traveling freely on a beautiful day and got pulled over, and the third sentence that the officer said to me was, "Give me the car keys." So, yeah, it kind of really just extremely quickly escalated from there. But I'm waiting on body cam and cruiser footage, but I do have my own audio that I recorded, and it's pretty wild. So.
Yeah.
Homie got ripped up out the car, heavy like, give me the keys. I mean, it was immediate coming up right up off the bat. And what we're doing is we're getting into courts and we're figuring out that there's so many different ways to move, I guess, in these smaller courts, as you say, and you say you don't deal with them. But people like Quentin are right now, and they're fighting, they're trying to get FOIAs, they're doing suppressions, they're out here defending themselves and going to, the district attorneys and, acting as like they are the attorney itself. And my thing is you're saying we should just go in there and say, I want to be under original jurisdiction, bitch. And if you don't put me under that, we got some issues. Or are we hitting them with a recusal? Or are we hitting them with an injunctive stay pending appeal? Going to the higher courts to say, look at them not respecting that I've invoked original jurisdiction. Like, that's what we trying to. I think a lot of people like Quentin would want to ask that, but not so forceful. They're just not going to come out here and ask that. I am. So what would your answer be to something like Quentin?
So now what the next plan of attack here is to raise the noise level up. So I kind of set this example out at the top at the federal level, serving Supreme Court, serving attorney generals, doing all this at the top. I built the top ready to collapse and fall, but we still have the foundation. We still have all these counties that haven't been served either. So what we're ramping up for now, the next attack is that there's a lot of people across the country that would like to be able to help out and weren't sure how to do it. So we're going to have them do the affidavit and then go and serve their highest executive officer within the state, which would be the elected prosecuting attorney or district attorney, with the same affidavit, right? The same deprivation rights and code law. Serve that highest officer and then go and serve the clerk of court so you can serve the chief judge within the county. So we need to now construct the bottom, the foundation, so it is ready to fall when the top falls. And so, the next thing is I've got some videos that I want to make sure that people are properly, aware of what to do and what to say when you go and serve. But all you got to do is just serve. Give them the affidavit and give them an opportunity to decide. Do you want to follow
Okay.
it or don't?
Okay. I got one person that wants to remain anonymous, or they would have probably come up here and said it. And I don't know if they still in here or not. Let me check. They're still in here.
Could I get two copies of that?
Wait a second.
No.
Wait. I got one person that anonymously said to me privately, you got to make a claim against their bonds to make them unbondable is a start. then file claims against these servants and don't stop stepping on their throats. Then they go on to say the city and the officers need to be bonded, and I'm almost certain that 2 claims make them unbondable. It's all insurance and who want to insure a dishonorable person that continues to harm to those to whom it has a duty to protect.
I believe that's correct. Having two bonds, or having
Authorities.
two complaints against one person.
Hit them
Because
with the Tory.
I know if you hit an attorney with 2 complaints within 1 year, they are out. They're done.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
Yeah. So, you know, one of the things I direct people or advise people on is that, you know, the best in sports, when you're doing sport, the best position to be on is offense because you're going to score. The less position would be on defense. And so we've got to stop defending ourselves. We have nothing to defend because if the court doesn't have authority, then we need to go on offense. And the way we go on offense is by accusing them of a crime, right? Do what they do to us, because there is no right to self-defense for public officials. So instead of defending yourself from the accusations that they're making, there's nothing to defend. So we got to start looking at going on offense. We accuse them of the crimes they're committed, and we focus on that issue, because if we can show that a criminal act was committed at some point in time in that adjudication process, then everything is unlawful. So if we go on offense and we say, okay, you guys didn't have jurisdiction, or you guys, you know, arrested me unlawfully, or you guys are right. If we go on offense and we accuse them of their crimes and we focus on it, then they're in a position that they can't win in. Government cannot win in defense. They can only win in offense. But we can go on offense by stopping their dispute, stop permitting them to create a conflict that needs to be arbitrated, and instead go on offense. Here is the crime that's been committed by you, and notifying them of the crimes. And you know, that's where I'm trying to get everybody to kind of pivot a little bit on, is that don't worry about what they're accusing you of, because none of that matters. Because if they committed a crime in the pursuance, focus on that, go on offense, accuse them of their crimes, keep on accusing it, and focus on that issue, because they won't respond to that. And if government doesn't respond, remember, an unrebutted accusation is admission. This accusation of the indictment issue, this accusation of the original jurisdiction issue, this has gone unrebutted by the United States Attorney General, by 37 state attorney generals, by the Supreme Court, by 100 United States senators, by 320 United States congressmen. This has gone unrebutted by all government, right?
Yeah, but it goes unrebutted, and we say that that's fact, makes it fact, tacit acquiescence, but we still can't hold them accountable.
I know
that is the problem.
That is the problem. You're absolutely right. But I think that when you go after their bonds, I think that having the proof of showing that here's the criminal act and it's unrebutted, I think that might add some value. But the thing is that I started at the top, and now I think that the bottom is going to start building up, and we're going to meet in the middle. Right, because we've constructed this whole thing. We just need to fix the base. We need to get it all notified of the criminal acts, and once that's done, I think that we're going to see a collapse of this system.
Well, we getting action out here. Don't get it twisted.
Oh no,
Thomas come up and tell you. Thomas filed some notices, and them bitches fucking dropped it immediately after he pulled their oath of office and everything on them. I mean, they just dropped it. He got the whole transcript. Judge just came through and said, man, dismiss. Get it up out of here, man. We ain't finna play with these boys no more. Homeboy was tripping because it said stricken. And he was like, I wanted to say dismissal. Well, stricken and dismissal is the same thing, y'all. What y'all over here tripping on? It's the same thing. So y'all got it taken up out of there. It's just different language. But they used to Texas lingo, so it's okay on that one. I'll give him a pass. But then, David and Ryan. Oh, I wanted Ryan to come up. Ryan's in this thing. Ryan, where you at? Ryan, Solution, where you at? You gotta unmute yourself, bro. You gotta unmute yourself.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Excellent.
Excellent. Yeah.
Man, long time coming, huh?
Yeah, I know. Yeah, you gotta chill, bro. There's a lot of us in here. All right.
Hell no, I ain't gonna chill. What the fuck you talking about?
Hey man, these things be lasting. Okay. Someone unmute. We be lasting how long in this thing sometimes?
4 or 5 hours.
Well,
6 hours. Love
5,
it.
6 hours, 7, 8
Hey,
hours.
say,
Yeah.
Yeah,
Love
what
it.
you
Hey, I'm up
mean,
in this
man?
piece. All right.
We
Okay.
be in these
So,
things.
to touch on shit, man. I don't remember his name. Tana. Who was the guy who was just talking? What was his name?
Tanawah.
Bro, get on podmatch.com. Okay. It's an AI driven website that will match your persona or your profile to people who are looking for people to interview for their podcast. All right. I heard a lot of people saying, hey, he's not getting the views he needs. He's not getting this. He's not getting that. That's what you do. Get on podmatch.com. Okay. I already put it in the chat. Podmatch.com.
Man, why didn't you
It's
recommend that to me first, bro? You just threw it out there to Tanawah. You know what, Tanawah? You need to do this. Dang, bro. God. No, I'm joking.
But hey, yeah, for real. It's like $26 for a month. So just pay for the 1 month.
Yeah.
And then fill out a profile. And then the AI will match you with, I don't know, 1, 2, maybe 3 dozen podcasts, maybe a little less. It might be closer to 5 to a dozen podcasts since we're in a really niche environment.
Yeah.
It's going to match you with people who are looking for people to interview, and they're not going to have a big reach or anything, but it's a start. And if you have the persistence that you clearly are capable of having, then you just get on a handful of those and just keep it pushing, baby. podmatch.com.
Yeah, got it. Podmatch.com, got it.
Yes, sir. It's about $25-$30 for a month, and then you'll get on there.
I'm all over it, man. Good information. Thank you for that. Thank you, brother. Thank you.
Hey, that's what we're here to do. All right. And to add to your point with the right to travel stuff and everything you've been talking about, and I also put this in the chat as well. The paramount case to reference here is Oshwander v. Tennessee Valley Authority. Now, I don't quite remember what the year is, but that case is a Supreme Court case. It created the Oshwander rules, and rule number 6 is the constitutional estoppel, which states very succinctly that when a state privilege is accepted, it creates an estoppel on a constitutional right. So when we accept a state granted privilege, like driving, it creates an estoppel on the constitutional right to travel.
Yes, sir.
Which is why when we go to court and we try to say, hey, I have a right to travel, and the judge is like, you got a driver's license, though. That's why the judge acts like he doesn't acknowledge that constitutional right. It's
Okay,
because
but wait.
an estoppel. Now,
Yes, sir. But failure to reveal the material facts of a license or any agreement is immediate grounds for estoppel.
That's fine. I'm just laying out a simple construction or a simple mechanic of law.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
So that's what they want to say, but we got to remember, where do rights come from? Because the doctrine of duties rights is very, very specific.
Our creator, nature.
Okay. Well,
right. Yeah.
Yes, but
no, there's no buts to that. It is. Our rights come from our creator.
And that's fine. And that's what was laid out in McCulloch v. Maryland in 1819, one of the first major Supreme Court cases of this country with respect to taxes, wherein the Supreme Justice laid out that the principles of taxation are sound and undeniable, and there are 2 prongs. Okay. Now, I don't know what people within this chat know. I don't know what people within this chat do not know. So I'll go ahead and say this just for the sake of those who don't know. But when reading case law, for one, you need to understand how to shepherdize a case, which means, is this case still withstanding, or has this case been overturned based off of subsequent statutory law, this, that, or the third? And secondarily, if a Supreme Court case, and I know what you just laid out with respect to, you know, if the judicial system oversteps its bounds with respect to the constitutional law, but Article 3, bro, stop it. Article 3 lays out that the judiciary, because that's the whole point of the checks and balances, right? Is that the Article 1, which is the Congress, and then subsequently the Senate, they agree on a law. The Congress creates a law, Senate agrees to it, and then the executive verifies it, and then the judiciary either elaborates on it or says that it is not a just law based off of either constitutional principles or previous law or something to that effect. And the long and short of it is that this case states, for one, shepherdizing a case means that is this verifiable, right? Because a lot of people within our niche area likes to reference case law either without context or without shepherdization. And you have to go to a law library to shepherdize that case. And that all might be a moot point depending on somebody's point of view. But the long and short of it is it's de facto at this point. Like if you really want to argue law, we can argue that the what is it in 1215, the Magna Carta is technically not law. The Magna Carta on which the Constitution is based is not law because the nobles rose up against the crown in 1215, which means that the Magna Carta was enforced under was laid to law under force, which, as we all know with the ellipsis, means that it's not there's no grounds, there's no legal grounds for that because it was enacted under force. So if we want to take that route, then the Magna Carta is null and void, which means the Constitution is null and void because the Constitution was laid into law based off of the Revolution. Okay, so there's two sides to this coin, but my whole point is that McCulloch v. Maryland of 1819 laid out the principles of taxation very succinctly, which is the state has the authority to tax that which is under its control, which means it has the authority to tax that which it creates, and it has the authority to tax based off of permission, which leads into what I was going to talk about, which is lawful money redemption pursuant to Title 12 of the United States Code, Section 411.
Wait, don't get like Tanawah. You just did it. You did the same thing Tanawah just did. Nobody can understand that shit. When y'all do that, dude, I don't care if y'all know it. We can't understand it. You gotta slow it down. Say it again, please.
Okay. So McCulloch v. Maryland, which was the which was debatably the first major Supreme Court case with the subject matter of that case being taxation, laid out quite and the basis of the case is that McCulloch was the vice president of the second central bank. All right, a lot of people don't know this, but there have been 3 central banks within United States history. Okay.
Yeah.
The third one is obviously the Federal Reserve in 1913. We'll get back to that.
First one is 1833. Yep.
Exactly. Yeah. And the vice president McCulloch sued the state of Maryland because the state of Maryland was trying to tax the business of that central bank. And it said that the state of Maryland doesn't have the authority to tax the business of the branch within the state of Maryland because of the principles of taxation. And therefore, the 2 prongs of taxation were laid out very succinctly, which is the state has the authority to tax that which it controls. And that means that if the state creates it, then the state has the authority to tax it. And then the second prong is that the state has the authority to tax that by permission. And that court case also laid out the Supreme Justice said that the power to tax comes with the power to destroy, which is where a lot of people discuss or hypothecate or speculate that these various taxation methods are quote destructions of property. However, with respect to the income tax, so now we'll cycle forward to the Federal Reserve and the 16th Amendment. In Congressional Record of March 27th of 1947, page 2580, it states very clearly that not only that the 16th Amendment is an excise tax, which means it is a tax on a privilege, but it also states that the income is not what's being taxed, but is merely the basis to determine the taxation. And then again, I would also like to reiterate the Oshwander rules of number 6. And I'm not trying to debate anybody. I'm not trying to talk about anything. I mean, we can debate if we want to, but the point is, I just think that's a really important point because I don't see anybody within our circles talking about the Oshwander rules with respect to Oshwander v. the Tennessee Valley Authority, where the Oshwander rules, it's like 1 through 8 or 9, discuss various rules, and I don't quite remember not only the basis for the Supreme Court case, nor do I remember any rules beyond rule number 6, which of course states that if you accept a privilege, my man, hold on.
Yo, this is crazy, bro, because you brought up this case, and it's weird because this is kind of weird. This is like these weird coincidences always link with me. But I was talking to Quentin today. Quentin can back me up on this. The case the opinion concurred in 1936. It's always that 369, bro. It's always the 369 or 33 or 6, and it's always a variation of 3, 6, and 9. Quentin, this is exactly what I was talking about, bro. It's never ending in that regard. It's like him mentioning it, everything that's coalescing, me talking with other people, him bringing it up today. It's like, was this another one? It's like, you see, it's all just, it's so weird, bro. Case of Ashwander versus Tennessee and Valley Authority, Justice Luis Brandes. How do you say it? Brandes.
Bro, I just know rule number 6.
Brandes. Probably Brandes. But Ashwander rules are a set of guidelines for the U.S. Supreme Court to follow when deciding constitutional issues. These rules were established by the Justice Luis Brandes in the concurring opinion in 1936 case versus Ashwander versus Tennessee Valley Authority. And their rules are like avoid friendly suits, avoid broad rulings, avoid premature rulings, avoid unnecessary rulings, avoid rulings against those who benefit from the law, avoid rulings without injury, consider alternative resolutions.
Right. And that one benefits from the law is presumed to be equated to when you accept a privilege granted by the government, there's an estoppel created on a constitutional right. Because you can only have one or the other. And it's the same thing.
Right.
It's the same thing with respect to lawful money redemption, which is, again, it was originally created by the Saving the Suitors Clause of 1789, which states saving in all suitors a right to a common law remedy. And then that was codified into Section 16 of the Federal Reserve Act, which is Title 37 or 48, Statutes at Large, Title 337, Section 16. So really, the long and short of it is Section 16 of the Federal Reserve Act states that Federal Reserve notes shall be redeemed in lawful money pursuant to that act, and shall be redeemed at a member bank, a Federal Reserve Bank, or the Treasury. Now, a couple other things. I've got a All right, I've got my 4th
Now, Ryan,
edition.
I've tapped in with you via Instagram, right?
Yeah.
And I've been seeing your work for a while, and you was toting around this book, and you was like, "Oh, I got this book, man." And I was like, "Man, let me get that thing." You was like, "Nah, bro, I can't give it out." And I was like, "Come on, bro, let me get the juice." And you're like, "Nah, I need that moolah."
Well, time out, brother. What are you talking about? You talking about the Bible 15th book? You talking about? Okay, I'm listening. My bad.
Ryan, wait.
My
Now,
bad.
okay, it's all good. Now that I got you up here in front of all these people, can I get that book for free, please?
Brother, when it's done, I'm gonna send it your way. Just give me the email address.
No, you said you had a book before that you was promoting, selling.
Oh, yeah, it's this one right here. Hold on.
Yeah.
Hold on. How do I
Look at that.
camera?
Look at that, everybody. Homeboy is hooking up.
This and cheer.
Yes, that's the
This and cheer has the fucking sauce. All right. Now let me tell you about this book. Okay, I bought this book because when I first got into the whole, tax movement, the whole, fringe aspect of the law, I was going to get that Erwin Shiv book where, it talks about, taxation being bullshit, blah, blah, this, blah, blah, that. And then I saw a review on Amazon saying, yeah, the book's okay, but this book, this in here, is way better. And so I said, all right, then let me go get it. So I got it on Amazon, and I talked about it a few times on Instagram. And now you can't find, because it's out of copy, out of print. I've Xeroxed the whole thing. You can hit me
good.
up
Give it
if
to
you
me.
want it.
I want a PDF. Come on, give me a PDF for free, please.
All right, brother. Send me your email address. I'll send it right over right now.
I mean, you could just drop it in the chat right here for everybody.
How do I do that? I'm on my phone, brother. I got the book on my laptop.
All right. How do you want to do this? You want me to send you an email right now?
Yeah, send me your email address right now, and
No,
I guess we can do a promo code.
Just tell me your email address right now.
Ooh, over here on live? No, I'm playing. It's RYANEM at 93, or excuse me, RYANEM 93 at gmail.com.
You were born in 1993?
Oh, yeah, baby.
All right.
March 8th. That's International.
Hey, what state are you out of? What state are you out of?
Okay, see, I might be going over here to the
You got a social security number you can send us to?
For real though.
Stop it. Y'all be going bananas over here.
No,
Hey,
we be killing. We're having fun.
We're in Kansas. We're in
money's not real today, so.
So I'm sorry to interrupt. I have a quick question. Is this a book that explains why paying taxes is legit?
No, this is a book that explains first of all explains direct and indirect taxes. It explains, let's see, it explains what the word includes means, which means, hold on, let me go ahead and pull it up. So I've got my Black's Law Dictionary right here as well. First of all, adjustum generis, we'll go ahead and circle back to that if somebody could remind me. And then we'll go ahead and flip over to the word includes. And then we'll go ahead and break down what 26 USC 7701 first definition of a person means, if y'all are into that kind of thing.
No, I get all of that. I'm just trying to figure out more in depth about the tax situation, like what you're.
Yeah, we're pretty deep. You can get right into it, bro.
Yeah,
a lot of us really know what's going down.
Get really deep. There's no conspiracy theorists. I mean, I guess I guess
right.
I actually call myself that because I think conspiracy theories is facts and truth.
Well, first of all, there's a conspiracy theory, and then there's a conspiracy analyst. A conspiracy theory would be similar to the lone gun theory, the lone gunman theory, like Timothy McVeigh. Who allegedly killed JFK?
Oswald.
Damn. Okay, my bad. All right, so okay, here's the long and short of it from my perspective. Because I've been doing the lawful money redemption process for a while now, and I have a lot of solid proof, and I've got my phone plugged in for right now, so I'll go ahead and ramble and lay it all out, and then we can circle back to the particulars, and I'll pull up on my laptop this, that, and the third, etc. The point is, in 1913, there was the Federal Reserve Act. In 1913, there was the 16th Amendment. Now, the presumption at law is that everyone's being paid in Federal Reserve notes, right? Because when you go cash a check, when you go and engage in any kind of financial situation, the default redemption of that check or negotiable instrument is in Federal Reserve notes. Now, again, like I said, in Section 16 of the Federal Reserve Act, it states that Federal Reserve notes shall be redeemed in lawful money. And it also states that Federal Reserve notes, the sole purpose of Federal Reserve notes are to perpetuate and expand the Federal Reserve System, and for no other purpose are they authorized. And then there's subsequent case law like US v. Ware, which states that you can redeem Federal Reserve notes in lawful money. There's US v. Rickman from 1983, which states you can redeem Federal Reserve notes in lawful money. There's US v. Rifen, which states that Federal Reserve notes are taxable dollars. And then, of course, like I said, there's the congressional record of March 27th, 1947, page 2580.
Hey, my people are saying we already know all this shit, bro. Get to it. I swear to God, they're saying into it in the inbox. Okay, I'm just telling you what my people are saying. I'm going to keep it real with you. What do you want me to
I mean, that's fine. I just like to reiterate because these are very important points to what I'm talking about. Because what we're doing here is we're redeeming lawful money. We're redeeming our negotiable instruments in lawful money, right? Which means that we're going to be filing this on our 1040s, on our 1099s, on our various tax records.
When you say you redeem your Federal Reserve notes in lawful money, do you mean like you go buy the gold? Because that's lawful money.
No, that was lawful money. Lawful money is now described as anything other than a Federal Reserve note, as stipulated by the new, like 12 USC 411. All right.
Yesenia, well, so Yesenia really deep on this too. So you're gonna have to really, she gonna come hard at you, bro. You better make sure you're right. So like,
that's fine. That's why I'm trying to reiterate myself. Okay. So in 1913 there was a Federal Reserve Act, and then it had a 20-year charter.
I get that, but lawful money is not a Federal Reserve note.
I know that.
Okay, but you just said that it is, unless I misunderstood you.
No, you did, because the Federal Reserve note can be redeemed in lawful money, and which used to mean gold or silver. But then in 1933, FDR seized all the gold. He also seized all the silver. And then so Section 16 of the Federal Reserve Act had to be amended to just stipulate that it could be redeemed in lawful money, which is also known as the United States note, which is a note with a red treasury stamp on it, which was in circulation up until January 21st, 1971, when the Treasury stated we're no longer going to circulate Treasury notes or United States notes because they essentially serve the same purpose as a Federal Reserve note.
A promissory note.
When was the Constitution changed? Because in Article 1, Section 8, it says money is to be coined. It didn't say nothing about Federal Reserve.
It's never been changed.
Pardon me? You can't change the Constitution by a law.
You're right. You're right.
They didn't change it. It states that Congress has the authority to make anything a legal tender, and there's a plethora of case law to state that.
No,
right, but that's for the 14th Amendment citizen, correct?
No, that's just Article 1, Section 8, Clause 5, something like that.
Yeah, I would have to look into that, but I think that's for the 14th Amendment citizen where they're able to change all these policies without anybody being able to vote in it because you don't really have that right to kind of have a say.
It's in Article 1. Like you can
Yeah,
pull out a
it
pocketbook
can't
constitution right now.
it
It's
can't
in
have
Article
anything to
1.
do with the 14th Amendment because it was written before the
Right.
14th Amendment.
Exactly.
So it couldn't be written for that. There's no way.
Exactly.
Article 1, Section 8, Clause 2, to coin money. Coining money, according to the founding fathers, is to physically make it gold and silver. That's the
right, and that's where a lot of people get it mixed up. Is it's they have the authority to make anything a legal tender.
No, I don't.
No,
I disagree.
That would be contrary to the Constitution, and they can't they can't grant something that wasn't delegated by the people. The people authorized, what the Constitution says in Article 1, Section 8.
It said legal tender, though. Legal tender and money are two different things.
Yes, exactly.
Well, remember that the debt note derives from the bankruptcy, and the establishment of bankruptcy in 1933. So, when just like any other bankruptcy, because America's just a corporation. So when America went into bankruptcy, they had to create a fiduciary agent, just like any other fiduciary agent. And the fiduciary agent they created was the Fed, right? That's the fiduciary agent. That's because the American people, we are the protected party protected from our creditors. So just like any other bankruptcy, you would create a fiduciary agent that would be the repository for creditors to not be able to reach the debtor. And so in 1933, when they put us into bankruptcy, they had to create a fiduciary agent. That fiduciary agent was the Treasury, the Fed system, and the people, we can't be contacted by our creditors because while we're in bankruptcy because we're protected. And so they had to create that fiduciary agent. That's what the Treasury is. That's what was created, and that's why HCR 192, which is both the law that enslaves as well as also sets free, because in order to create the Fed, they had to say that all debt, public and private, is to be paid by the Treasury, because they're responsible for all debt as long as America remains in bankruptcy. So all debt, public and private, is to be paid by them, which is why we get a debt tender from them or debt note from them to pay debt, because they're responsible for all debt, which is why the proposal that I have to Trump that I gave to him a few weeks ago was that, all right, if you guys, if we're in bankruptcy and we got $38 trillion that we supposedly owe, right? Well, all we have to do is just finalize the bankruptcy. And in finalize the bankruptcy, all debt, public and private, is being paid by the Treasury, and the people not on the Treasury.
Well, I've heard some major changes are coming on the 21st already with the IRS system and how you can file and get new EINs. I mean, there's supposedly a whole bunch of changes that are already about to happen to where it's just everything's crumbling in and on itself. So, do you know anything about that?
These banks, they chose to loan to an at-risk corporation when they chose to take that position, right? When they chose to step in and become the fiduciary agent, then that means that if we finalize the bankruptcy, right? Because America, the corporation, is not doing its consumers any good. It's a bullshit model. So, eventually you got to decide, is this really a corporation we want to continue to do? And it's not. So I say finalize the bankruptcy, and in doing so, the debt is discharged, and now the bank's responsible for $34 trillion. My children, your children, his children, they're not responsible for the debt because those banks chose to.
What is the debt?
But no one is responsible for the debt. I mean, honestly, that's how I feel. I just filed the UCC1, and what I do is I create a foreign trust, and I have the foreign trust just take everything of my person, right? Who's the debtor?
Yeah.
Who's located in the District of Columbia somewhere.
Yeah.
Okay, but obviously I'm here, not in the District of Columbia.
Yeah. Right.
Right. And so
isn't the debt ours to claim and offset?
Yes.
Okay.
Is it
realistically now? Isn't the debt ours to claim and offset?
Yes.
Isn't the debt ours to claim and offset? Yes.
Yes.
Well, but I do it under a foreign trust.
Wait, let Thomas talk, please. Thomas, can you please come talk? Please tell us.
Yes. I mean, what's the birth certificate was created, and that's the all cap name, and that's where the trust comes in, because when we went bankrupt in 1933 and whatever happened.
Wait, what is it called? It's a SPV, right?
Yes. And so we can offset a lot of things, but through our ignorance and since we don't know, we basically award it to the state until we make our claim. And then once we make our claim and do what we need to do, then we can get an understanding of all this, from the banking to the I just put in the chat about the creature from Jekyll Island. That's what got me on this road years ago, because man, once I found out about the fake money and what's really going on, that's what really got me on this. And Jacina, you own a lot of things. We all own a lot of things. We all on the journey. We all have information. We all collectively trying to gather all this, because everybody got different remedies. Everybody done different things. Everybody got all this going on. But I'm glad that, like you said, we all are mastermind, and we all going to get this and figure all this out. No state should have no state should coin nothing except gold and silver. That's what the true money is.
Yeah, and that's what Hippie gonna tell you all day. He not gonna back away from that, because he's the constitutionalist. He gonna tell you for real. He knows
the fiat system, the debt is their debt. It's their debt. It's not our debt. It's their debt. It's their fiat money. It says that. It's their federal. So, but if we continue on volunteering, as you say, Cameron, we acquiesce to everything because we don't know no better, because this is what we've been told. Are we afraid to say something because someone went to jail because they didn't pay their taxes, because they were ignorant on certain things? But once we get more information, Tanawah, I saw you the other day, and this is a blessing, because this is, man, I didn't expect this, and I was like, man, how come this dude don't have this many views? But man, now I'm seeing. But man, I'm glad that you're here, and I'm glad that we are connecting. I'm just gonna sit back and be quiet. But I have to say, I'm just gonna sit back and just continue on enjoying. But
you know,
you got information.
Thomas, I think that one of the best indications that we're winning here is the fact that they aren't saying anything, right? But I think that's the best indication that we're winning, because if government can't even rebut it, man, we got them, dude. We got them. They're done. They're cooked, man. And
they never rebut anything.
Well, they don't, because they know that their strategy is that they're going to accuse us so that they can create something that they can arbitrate, right? And we argue with it. We're like, oh no, we didn't do that, or oh no, look at the lies that they.
No, I don't.
You know, we argue with them, and we permit something to exist that they can arbitrate. But guess what, man? Look at what they do. They ignore, right? They ignore, so that there's nothing to arbitrate, right? We just need to take a book out of their strategy and go and do the same thing. Ignore what they got to say to us and go on offense and start creating those accusations to them. Because they don't want to argue it, because they don't want to create something they got to arbitrate and hold themselves accountable for it. You know?
Exactly. I mean, I spoke to a prosecuting attorney the other day. He wanted to say, well, if you ran a stop sign, you ran a stop sign. I said, I'm not arguing that I didn't have tags on my car. I'm not arguing that I don't have insurance. I don't care about any of that. What I am worried about is you proving that you have jurisdiction over me, a live man, not a person as it is defined in the Texas Business and Commerce Code.
So the reason why the states believe that they're a person, just that you guys, and this goes back to
wait. Yesenia's pissed. She wants to talk real quick. You want to talk? Yes, you did.
No,
She's awesome.
it's fine. I was just gonna say thank you. I think all of you guys were so awesome, and I love just brainstorming and just picking everyone's brain, because that's how we all come together with our different ideas and just brainstorming and learn off of one another. So I appreciate everyone here, and thank you Cameron, for having me here. But I was just gonna say, when you get stopped by the cops or something like that, and then you're trying to figure out the jurisdiction that they have, when you do these UCC filings and all of that, and you put a lien against yourself, because I just did, you actually do a fee schedule. So if anybody does stop you and they either detain you for 5 minutes or 10 minutes, whatever it is, there's all these article numbers that basically they would be having to pay you for all this time and all of this, like,
Let me stop you. Let me stop you. I know what you I'm stopping you for just a second.
Oh, okay.
Because I know exactly what you're saying. I have a fee schedule, all that, everything. And I've heard all kinds of people that have them. I've never seen anyone who actually invokes it and gets to use it as the fee schedule says. Does that make sense?
You mean like when you go to court and then you
right? If you showed them, you gave them, here's my fee schedule. Here is what's going to happen if you do such and such.
I'm
and they
sorry.
still do it, then how do you get your remedy?
You file.
Go to court.
Yeah, you go to court. You file. You go straight to the Fed. You go file.
You file a tort claim.
Yeah, not local. Not you go straight to the top like Tanawah. You go straight to the top. Because I'm going through this right now. I'm going through this right now, man. Seriously.
Well, you need to be in the Discord then, showing everybody what you're going through, bro.
When I came on camera, I just got out. I'm sorry.
Are you in the Discord?
Yeah, I just checked in yesterday.
Okay. Right.
Yeah, so I'm in and out. I'm in and out. I'm in and out.
Okay, well, here's what I'm trying to say. Okay, it's not
real
that
quick. Can somebody point me to where it says that the debt is the obligation of the United States?
51 USC 4305 B2.
Damn, chill, homie.
Pull it up.
I like it. Yesenia is gonna pull it up. You want me to give you sharing permissions, Yesenia? Okay. Well, where do we go from here? Because
it used to be 12 USC 93 or 95 A1. Now it's 51 USC 4305 B2.
David, are you still in here? Nope. Oh, David Slaw is still in here. Hey, do you want to come up and talk about your situation, David? Who else is in here? Is Thomas still in here? Thomas is still in here. You're supposed to come up and talk about your situation tonight too, Thomas. Who else is supposed to come up and talk about their situation? I don't see Hayden in here.
You can look in 14th Amendment, Section 4, Clause 1 about debt also.
Right.
Section 9-307, location of debtor. That's where you found it? You didn't even provide a link. You go and find it, but then you don't provide a link. Like what? You're the worst. Okay.
Well, here, let me just close out, and if anybody wants to rebut it, then they can go ahead and rebut it. But the reality is,
you're closing out. You're leaving us like this.
Hell no! I just feel like I got shut down because there's a bunch of constitutionalists out here, and I'm all about it. But my point is that doesn't stop the IRS from saying, "You fucking pay me." Okay, so
if you were to create a foreign trust, though. And
yeah, sure, that works too. But for people who aren't that advanced in trust law, all they have to do is redeem their checks in lawful money pursuant to Title 12.
But then they can just file a W-8 Ben and then, have like their identity would be their passport. And a passport is the United States of America, as an American, basically. And you would file it as an American, and then you would be working in the United States. So you would be foreign to United States as an American.
Ryan, check the chat. The last message, they're asking about you. Life. Moor life.
Oh, what about the Moors?
No, about the book. They said you said you was gonna give us a book. Is he gonna give us a book, Cam? They asking about the book, man. They want that book, bro.
Oh, well, it's right here.
He said it's right here. He's supposed to send me an email, y'all. He said he would, y'all. So chill out.
Yeah, I said I
Look,
would.
here comes
It's right
here's
here.
Danny Guru's coming in. What's up,
Out
Danny?
of copy, out of print, or out of stock, out of print. So the only
But you're
way to
writing
get
a
it,
book as well right now, right?
huh?
But you're writing a book right now, right?
Yeah, I'm writing a book on lawful money, and it's almost done. Ari and I are in the editorial process, and it's all about the lawful money redemption process.
Yeah,
Because
take a moment. Take a moment to write about that or talk about that for a moment, and I guess give the big key points of what you think are your heavy hitters with this book.
Hey, Cameron, before could I got to jump off. I have a meeting at a late night meeting at a casino with senators, so I need to.
Okay.
Hell yeah, at a casino,
Yeah,
my boy.
yeah. You better get that late night meeting in.
Hey, put it all on red, brother.
Hey man, it was so nice to have you, brother. Thank you so much for coming and sharing your knowledge.
I carry my recorder with me everywhere I go, so if we can get this senator a little bit drunk from Oklahoma, then maybe we can get him to admit some shit. But
Yo, that's where I'm at. Hit me up. Hey, I might be on the east side here in a couple weeks. So where are
I'm
you
in
at?
City right now. Yeah.
Where?
Oklahoma City.
Get the fuck out of here. Me too.
Yeah. You're in Oklahoma City?
Yeah, fuck yeah. Hey, listen, hit me up on Instagram. I'm gonna put it in the chat real quick.
Okay.
He's like, what? I get to meet up with Tanawah. He's like,
Tanawah, it's been a pleasure.
too.
Hey, I'm in Oklahoma too, so.
Oh, that's cool.
Hey,
what was
everybody who's in Oklahoma, hit me up. I just put my Instagram tag. Yeah, I spelled that right.
Yeah, they're only gonna hit you up if I really get that book in the email, like you said.
Wow, it's like that, huh?
Hey, bro, it's we the people over here, my guy. Everything is free. Everything is free over here,
Hey,
bro.
man, I know you already
Like,
see the link in my bio, all right?
there's
I
no
got
gatekeeping.
everything on there.
I'm just saying, I attack that link don't work, by the way. But I attack
for real.
For real, I attack the gurus, homeboy. Like I put
That's
them on
fine.
blast.
Hey, it's good
bro.
to know that the link doesn't work because I thought it was.
Yeah, it's not working, my G.
Damn,
but,
dude, I got like
my people will be waiting.
In there.
Look, they're already in the Discord asking me, "Where's the book, Cameron?" Dang, bro. See, you better get it to me over the email.
All right.
Nobody's gonna follow you, bro.
No, let me just go ahead and send it to
Nobody
you
is
right
gonna
now.
follow you. Okay, and then I'll throw it right here in the chat. We can do it all live.
All right. Who am I sending it to? Spell it out.
No, you'll see it. I emailed you. It's in the email.
Oh, you did? Word?
Yeah, I emailed you. Rick Martin's in the chat.
Oh, there it is. Okay. All right.
Rick
all
Martin.
Right. All right.
Rick Martin just showed up in the chat, y'all. Shout out to Rick Martin. Everybody unmute and say hello to Rick Martin, y'all.
Yeah, Rick Martin.
Throw this in here.
What up?
What up, Rick Martin?
Welcome back.
Gotta go first, man. We gotta say goodbye to one hero before we let the other one in.
Bro, this got to be the coolest fucking show on the goddamn internet right now for your constitutional rights and movements. I mean, damn, bro, we got Rick Martin, we had Brandon Joe Williams, we got Tanawah Downing, we got this is
Cameron
crazy.
Wilson.
Eddie.
Man, stop. It's not me, it's us, y'all. This is so cool. We got everybody in this thing.
Hey,
Okay.
Powerhouse is right on.
Say one thing for
What's
Tam
up?
leaves.
What's up, Steve? Oh, Tanawah got to go. Okay, yeah, Tanawah, say what you need to say before you go.
Hey, thank you guys so much for inviting me. I'd love to come back and definitely include me in future. This was a good conversation. I like. So thank you guys so much for inviting me. Like, thank you guys for listening when I say and man, I get two ways out. Either that army retreats or God calls me home, man. So
straight up.
There's no other options.
Yeah, come back on Sunday.
No,
right.
we do Saturdays. We don't do Sundays now. We do Saturdays. Yeah.
I'll be there.
From people's church's time. So, all right, Tanawah. Everybody say thank you, Tanawah.
Thanks again,
You
man.
rock, you rock,
Thanks, brother.
you rock, you rock, you
A
rock, you rock, you
blessing.
rock, you rock.
I just want to say one thing for Tango.
Liberty.
Appreciate it,
Bye, Tanawah.
That's cool. We let Tanawah leave with on a good note. Where Rick at? Rick, I
Check
saw
your
you come
email. I
in
sent
this
it.
thing. Okay, I gotta check my email, y'all. He said he sent it. Let's see, y'all.
Hey, Cam, can I have a minute with Ryan?
Yeah, go ahead, Papa.
Okay. I take it as a compliment when you mentioned about the constitutionalists in this group, because if we followed the Constitution that was supposed to be, we probably all wouldn't be sitting here talking about what we is. I want to add something about our coining money in Article 1, Section 10, Clause 1. And Cam, I think you'll find some stuff in here pretty interesting. Says no state shall enter into any treaty, alliance, or confederation, grant letters of marque or reprisal, coin money,
right,
emit bills of credit, make anything but gold and silver coin as a tender of payment of debts, pass any bill of attainder, ex post facto law, or law impairing the obligation of contracts, or grant any title of nobility.
Right. Yeah, I understand that. And that's where a lot of these Supreme Court cases are centered around, because there's a difference between the Federal Reserve, or there's a difference between the federal government with respect to the Congress, and there's a difference between the states. There's no argument that the states don't have that ability. The argument is that people obfuscate the two of those, and they confuse those two concepts, and they say, well, the state can't coin anything other than gold or silver, and therefore, since I got paid in Federal Reserve notes, I am effectively not paid in money, and therefore my 1040s or 1099s, what have you, are, more or less null and void, when the reality is Congress has the ability to coin money and regulate the value and measurements thereof. And then there's the legal tender cases which state that and then supporting case law which states that Congress has the ability to make anything a legal tender. And whether you want to agree with that or not, the point is it's a de facto point of reality. And sure, you can go ahead and try to argue it all you want and go to court, and then go to the federal court, and then go to the appellate court, and then go to the Supreme Court, provided you even get that far. Or you can just redeem in lawful money pursuant to Title 12 of the United States Code, Section 411, on your checks and or pay stubs, and then you can create a competent evidence of repository, and then you can send that in to the IRS, again, with your 1040 or 1099, stating that, hey, here's my gross income, which is, for example, $100,000, but you redeem all of that in lawful money per 12 USC 411, and then in Schedule C, line 8, other income, you state redeemed lawful money, and then write negative $100,000 because it's a credit, because the whole point is that before the Federal Reserve, the state via the Treasury issued Treasury securities, i.e. bonds and certificates, to fund various portions of the federal government, which means before 1913, if the federal government tried to get into a war with anybody and the people, as in we the people, didn't support that, then we wouldn't buy those securities. And if we didn't buy those securities, then they couldn't fund the war effort. However, after 1913, that got completely subverted. So now Congress, all they have to do is create an apportionment bill or a spending bill, and then say to the Federal Reserve, hey, we need X amount of money. And then the Federal Reserve says, bet, I got you, fam. And then the federal government through the Treasury sends the Federal Reserve that amount of money in Treasury securities to secure the loan given by the Federal Reserve with interest. And then the federal government now has pretty much an ending printing press, is where we find ourselves now. So the whole point is that when you're redeeming unlawful money, you are rescinding those Federal Reserve notes back to the Federal Reserve to pay off the principal of the debt. And then there is a court case, I've got it up here somewhere, that states that, or no, it's a statute and a court case which states that United States notes shall be used as a legal tender and considered lawful money. Payments for all debts, public and private, except for on excise taxes and interest on the public debt.
Okay, I apologize for interrupting, but I appreciate your complicated explanation here of of basically what you're saying is it's okay if we do something wrong and keep doing it.
Elaborate on something wrong.
Well, let's all right, you brought up the Supreme Court. I'll bring up a pretty simple case here. It was Roe versus Wade back in 72, where the Supreme Court made a decision that the federal government has authority over abortion. And just here in the last couple of years, they reversed their decision because they were wrong. Now you brought up, you're saying you got court case after court case about how our coining money is now turned into paper and called a Federal Reserve note. And they created the Federal Reserve to do all this. And the Federal Reserve is actually unconstitutional because it does whatever the Constitution says, it's what it means. And we got too many people that consider the U.S. Constitution as a living document. By that, what I'm saying is you can, by a living document means you can change the Constitution and its meaning through a law.
I do not subscribe to that understanding. However, first of all, Roe v. Wade is a 10th Amendment argument. It's not a, it's a lot of people like to confuse it with, the government's in our lives, but the reality is it's a 10th Amendment argument because it's a states' right deal.
Yeah,
right.
And I just brought that up to point out the fact is the Supreme Court gets it wrong.
Sure, and that's fine. And I'm not arguing against that. What I'm saying is that what I've discovered, it's not like I discovered it, but I'm standing on the shoulders of giants here. But this lawful money redemption strategy is effective. I know about other, tax protester movements. I know about David Maryland's Section 83 equation. I know about, the jurisdictional issue. Again, that book I just sent.
So let me ask a question. If this stuff is like true, and I'm gonna segue over to Rick because Rick's now on. But if this stuff is true, why ain't you out here riding, riding on some datings or something, you know what I'm saying? Like, or, why are you chilling with us here at night? Like if this lawful redemption is where you can get all these credits and then utilize them to build a business and continue to grow to where you don't need to be in a chat like this right now, defending your rights and learning so that you can teach other people. I don't know. If it's all about the money, why don't you have all the money?
Because it's not about all the money. That would be like a Treasury Direct account and accessing that and then getting a $10 million check or shit like that. And I know a couple of people who have had some success with that. This is about the federal income tax and then getting 100% of that refunded to you lawfully. For one. For two, I'm broke. For three, I just got out of a really usurious relationship that fucked me over. So
no, I can understand that. Anybody can understand that with you here, bro. No doubt.
So 100%. that's listen, if I was over here talking about the Treasury Direct account, the Social Security and the birth certificate and all that, then yeah, you would have a valid point. But what I'm presenting here is
that's good.
With respect to the federal income tax.
No, that's good. And that's good because I like to just like call out some things so that I get some reactions to see kind of where you're at because it's like we try to make sure everything's free to the people here, bro. People really need help. We really need to bring up the education. Like blanket education needs to rise to a new level. And we have to get that. And the only way to really get that is for people to start understanding the rights and then how to defend that, And that's our big thing. Now, if we can utilize your thing on the back end with any other people that have problems that come in, that would be something nice to do. But then we also have to make sure that everybody's trustworthy, right? Because I can't send somebody that I think would be best suited for another person if I can't trust them in the first place, which they're just going to ask money for when I don't even ask money. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
We do this for
Amen.
karma. We do this for truth. We do this for an uplifting of our society and nation because it's that time. We're in Aquarius, bro. We there, bro. So it's just, really trying to figure out, can you be one that helps people when they need it,
Right. And here, let me I'm over here trying to find the like one of the main documents. Trying to spell it.
And that's not to say people won't donate for your help, bro. You see what I'm saying? Like, people donate, bro. People freely donate,
No, I get that and I respect it. And that's why I gave you that book.
Yeah. Well, you didn't give me the book. You gave us the book. So can everybody tell Ryan thank you?
Right, because you cannot.
Thanks, Ryan. Appreciate you,
less
bud.
than $300 or $400.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ryan. Thank you.
Yeah, bro.
Get on Amazon, get on eBay, and find a copy of that book for less than $300.
Oh, it's a $300 book per pop?
Yeah, dude, it's out of stock, out of print.
I did that too with one of my books that was actually it's worth a lot. And I had the only one that was worth, it was worth $2,500. And I ended up just uploading it to Archive for free. So I get it, man. Yeah, I get it, dude. But sometimes the bigger truth is better than our own selfish desires, wants, and needs. But I want to welcome up Rick real quick. What's up, Rick? Come on up, bro. My boy Rick's in the house. Everybody say hello to Rick. Unmute and say hello to Rick, y'all.
God bless you, Rick. Hey, Rick, how you doing?
Rick, hey.
It's been another day in paradise, and you gotta be loving what's going on at the White House for crying out loud. Gotta be loving this.
Hallelujah, man.
I've got two J6ers that I've been working. One was part of my team, and that's Tim Deaver. He's still in. They will not release him, and he was one of my team members. And another one is Jeremy Brown. Okay, why are they not? He's a special forces guy, one of my boys, and they haven't released him yet. Come on, what the hell's going on? It's because people that were with the Constitutional Law Group have been ripping it up for a long time. And what we know in government is coming out to the people, and God bless Donald Trump. I never praised a president ever in my life, but he was the guy we chose. He never wanted to run for president, and he was the only one that could. Okay. And I'm going to tell you this, America has gone through hell because you needed to know the truth. And if you know this, the theme, the tree of liberty has to be watered with the blood of patriots and tyrants. Right. And what we just witnessed through the whole scamdemic was the blood of patriots and those that were ill-informed that went and got the jab, the whole shebang. And I'm not gonna say it lightly, ladies and gentlemen. A lot of us have been through hell just to get to this point in the American history. More people have come to guys like Cam, and guys have come to me. I've been doing this well over 30 years. I've been in the courtroom over 100 times, and I've got.
Thank you.
Ashe, give you your flowers now.
Thank you.
Thanks, Rick, for standing up for liberty.
Thank you. I stand for freedom. I always have a problem with the term liberty. Granted, it's written many times over, but liberty and freedom are two different things, just like legal and lawful are two different words. When I leave off the ship, when I'm in the Navy, I'm out on liberty, okay? That means I got to come back to being pigeonholed by a government. Freedom means I have the right to, secure my own domain and my own walk with my creator. It's that simple. And that's, maybe I'm wrong, maybe I'm right, but I don't want liberty. I always want real freedom. Freedom under my creator. I was endowed with certain unalienable rights, and government Government means mind control. Keep that in mind. And where it goes is we're a self-governing people. We're the first nation that's a self-governing people. And being a self-government governing people, we created government for the simple reason to what? Number one, protect those unalienable rights, protect our borders, and to coin our money. And I know you guys are having a conversation about money. That's a 6-hour conversation because I can bring up more documentation. One of the first things I would tell you to start reading is The Creature of Jekyll Island, which is G. Edward Griffin, who's also a personal friend of mine. He's 93, 94 years old. If you haven't read that, you don't know nothing yet when you talk about money and true currency. And the word dollar, I'm off on my tangent, so bear with me. The word dollar is a measurement. It's not that paper salad you keep in your wallet. It's a measurement. 1 ounce of Troy silver. It's a measurement, not that little thing that you call a dollar in your pocket. And we needed to have the Federal Reserve took that away from us. It was a true measurement, a scale of what was a dollar. There's a case, I want to say it was in Michigan, by all means.
Beans.
Yes, the coffee beans.
Yeah, Eugene Bean. He talked about lawful money.
Yeah. And he said, "What is a dollar?" He says, the judge got lost and frustrated and simply said, "Hey, I don't care. How do you measure a dollar?" He says, "I don't care. It can be measured in coffee beans." So the guy paid off his debt to Montgomery Wards and coffee beans. I'm sure Montgomery Wards was real thrilled with that judge's decision.
God rest Carl Miller.
Oh, it was Carl Miller, who was also a 75th Airborne Ranger.
God
He
bless
was one of
Carl
my
Miller.
mentors, believe it or not. And would you
God
not
rest his
believe
soul.
the only state I went through every state in the Union and had my "Don't Tread on Me" plates, and the only state that ever screwed with me was Michigan. That's because I had a lawsuit against Dana Nessel and Gretchen Whitmer, the governor. And I still do, I have a case now against 5 judges, Gretchen Whitmer and Dana Nessel. I have a
I got the case right here.
Oh, you do? The one
Yeah, I
the
just sent it to
tort
Cameron.
claim?
Eugene Bean, Montgomery
Oh,
Ward.
okay. Yeah.
District Court by Eugene Glacier.
Well, I have a bunch of
this you can't find this if you go to a law library and try to pull this up using Westlaw or LexisNexis. You can't find this. It's been scrubbed, but it's here. It's legitimate. This is all Xeroxed, and if we scroll down, it's underlined by whomever Xeroxed it. Mr. Glacier, I'd like to have a motion for a more definite statement. Dollars of what do I owe the court? Dollars of what? And then the court. The court has made the judgment of $1,098.97. And however you interpret that, sir, if you want that in coffee beans, that's okay with me. Really okay. Thank you very much. And
yeah,
then
the judge could not.
There's a certification right there. That's the full court case.
Correct. Yeah, you gotta love it.
Yeah, truly.
Listen, we're not
okay. So wait a second, Dim. So what you're telling me is y'all utilize that case right there to get whatever you need to get dismissed, or
no,
take care?
That's just to prove
Define
that money
Yeah,
is
defining
a
dollars.
measurement of value.
Yeah, and he's asking what is a dollar, and You guys gotta bear with me. I've got hay fever again tonight. Must have picked
Okay,
it up.
brother.
I just got back from the American Legion, so guys, bear with me.
Oh,
I-
cool. Guess what? I was at the American Legion today. What? That's crazy. Again, these synchronicities. Bro, this is so wild. I'm so tired of this. Okay, yeah, I was at the American Legion today. I'm supposed to be they're gonna be my clients. I'm for real. I went out there to go give them a bid on 2 sections of the American Legion, and they was like, yeah, and then we're gonna do this. I was like, well, y'all know we can do that too. And there's like, what? Yeah, so it like I guess it was times, I don't know. It went up a lot more after that. So apparently I gotta go back out on Monday night and finalize everything. But yeah, that's crazy. I was at the American Legion today too. That's cool.
See, we're all connected, whether you know it or not,
Yeah,
and it's a
babe.
connection. And I pray everybody's here for the good of a nation and mankind. Notice I don't say human. I always say for the good of all mankind. And we're in exciting times. And I've been through hell, and I know most of you, if you're patriots and you've been standing up for your fellow man, you've probably been through hell as well. And when they come after you, when government comes after you, boy, they're predatory. They are vicious. They will either bankrupt you, throw you in prison, or hey, you're 6 feet under. And I've got a lot of friends that are 6 feet under. I've got friends that are still in prison. Um, but a lot of us have been hit so hard that they don't expect us to get up. They hit us that hard. But when we get up in the grace of God and we get up and we continue that fight, let me tell you, you always wake up refreshed every morning and you say, God, thank you for the life I'm in because we are in excited times. We are at this moment in time living in a moment of change. And that change is so positive. And listen, we've got Satan on the ropes. Okay. We literally got Satan on the ropes. And the evildoers that we've been surrounded with, they're running. They're running for cover. And it was just kind of amazing. I just decided to get on my computer and see who emailed me because I was actually waiting on a few emails. Um, I've been on the phone with Ted Cruz out of Texas. He's my senator. I'm not in Texas, but trying to get my friends released. One was my team member, Tim Deaver, and Jeremy Brown. Look him up, Special Forces guy. Mm. They won't release my guys because they know too much. I mean, that's the only thing I can think of. Why won't you release my guys?
Now, how long have you been trying to fight to get them out?
I've gotten a majority, and I think you knew that. I've gotten a lot of the J6ers out. And as a matter of fact, uh, Dr. Simone Gold, she called me, she's a lawyer and a doctor. And she called me up, and I had her out within an hour. And a lot of the people, patriots out there that called me, I gave them the paperwork to slip under the door whenever the FBI showed up. But then there was a few that didn't slip that paper under the door, and the FBI didn't go away. They got them, but yeah, I got 6 out that I know of, and I got countless that never were arrested. But those that did get arrested, like Jeremy, and they're trying to find new charges to put against them because they still had never went to trial.
Okay. Now check this out. That's on the larger scale. For all of my people on the lower scale that are always trying to make sure that they can just travel free and skate about this situation, I know you've suggested the abuse process, right? Now, what's cool?
Process. Yeah,
abusive process. Yeah. So that's, going into the aspect of what? No lack of ratification, no corpus delicti, verified complaint. What is that like is that your go-to solution in relation to any kind of things now because you got really popular on the aspect of getting pulled over and then getting paid from them taking
Oh
you to
yeah.
jail.
Oh, absolutely. But no, actually, it's the abusive process is when you get caught in the God blessed system, and that's the go-to. And if you got it, if you would put it up, that would be awesome.
I have your travel binder, Rick.
Oh, well, God bless you.
Yeah.
Do you
We
know
got
how to use it, and do you know how to use it correctly with courage? Courage comes from faith, and I'll tell you that. My courage is monumental because, hey, I stand on faith, and that means I stand on the shoulder of a giant.
Putting travel binder in the chat.
Yeah, if you can find my abusive process, do you have that, Cam?
Yeah, I gotta find a hotel.
Just put it on the Discord.
Now, see, the other thing
Papers
you guys
for
got to
the Rick
realize.
Martin file. His travel binder with his dismissals and everything signed.
Yeah, I must be hitting all the wrong people because let me tell you, my name has been bounced around a lot today with what's going on in Congress. And I think, it wasn't because I was on the phone with Ted Cruz out of Texas, Senator of Texas today, trying to get my other guys out. But yeah, I guess Cam
It's
is
the biggest
is
thing going
re-
right now. So if you're in the middle of that, yeah, I bet your name's getting bounced around, brother. I hope you get some resolve out of that pretty quick.
Well, my accounts are still frozen, and they stole my Lexus, they stole my BMW, they stole my Infinity. They've done. That's the state of Michigan. Actually, I call it the state of confusion because whenever there's a state of, that's the corporation. Michigan State is the republic, and I'm just going to tell you that.
What are the
And
charges, Rick?
oh, what were the charges? Charges were blown out. Traveling without a license when they smashed out my window in the grocery store parking lot.
Wait, I don't
But
know if he was talking about you or if he was talking about your homies.
oh well,
No, I'm
no.
talking about
When they,
Rick. I don't
Oh,
know
okay, okay.
what charges and like why they froze his accounts and like where he's at
oh
with all
well,
that stuff.
there's 425 emails between Dana Nessel, that's the Attorney General of Michigan, and we did a FOIA request. We got the emails between Dana Nessel and Gretchen Whitmer, the governor, trying to stop me from leaving Texas to go up there and defend Marlena's Bistro and Jimmy's Roadhouse. And that's where I was doing broadcasts. Was there was like 300 business owners that were showing up at Jimmy's Roadhouse to watch me. And if you haven't seen the documentary on that, you need to get it's Marlena's Fight. Did you guys ever get that Cam, did you ever see that documentary?
No, I still ain't seen the documentary yet. I think I seen just portions of that situation and how it happened, but not the documentary itself.
Oh, you got to see the documentary. That's the only reason I went back to Michigan. I was only supposed to be there for filming for 3 days. When I went back to Michigan, I had a 10-hour travel time getting back to Pennsylvania. And at that time, I was defending Amos Miller, the Amish farmer that was being bastardized and thrown under the bus for selling whole milk and raw meat.
It's crazy, man. That's wild.
Yeah,
They
the
real
FDA.
I remember that one.
Yeah, FDA was, and I turned that over to the colonel when I got arrested.
Hey, I think I put that one that you talking about in the chat right now.
Which one?
The documentary right here was staying with Marlena. Staying with Marlena.
Yeah, staying with Marlena.
Yeah, I put it in there.
It's on Rumble.
Yeah, I got it. It's in there. So that's the documentary you're talking about, y'all. It's in the chat.
Yeah, and then you've got Sheriff Darleaf. He was the one I was working with in Michigan in Berry County, and he's the sheriff standing up for the rights of the people and knows that he's a public servant and realizing what needs to be done. I work with just under 900 sheriffs now that are taking back the rights of the county. And the
What?
sheriff
Are you
has
serious?
Oh yeah, I'm dead serious.
Are you
But
part of the fraternal? Are you part of that fraternal brotherhood of the sheriffs?
Oh no.
Oh,
Those
okay. I thought
those
you like slid off in that thing and you was like a.
Oh God, no. No,
Oh.
no. And
You know, Alex Jones sneaked off in where they have that big Moloch, the owl.
Oh yeah. I'm aware of that. That was back in 2003.
Yes.
Yeah, I've known Alex.
Not that old.
I've known
Guys, I
Alex
gotta
for a
jump
long
in.
time, and Alex has got one hell of an ego. I'll give him that.
He's wild.
Well, he is.
Well,
and,
what was Ted Cruz doing? Was Ted Cruz chilling? What'd he say? What'd he say about it?
Ted, it took me a minute not to say liar Ted.
Oh, really? That's how he was acting with it?
No. If you remember him going against Donald Trump in the first presidential election.
Oh, okay,
yeah. He used to call him liar Ted.
Well, you can't stop it now. My thing is I'm most excited about Cash.
Look at Marco Rubio, little Marco.
He's all the way over there. He's already gone. What was he already over there in Japan or something like that?
Well, Marco Rubio, well, see, the thing is, and I said this way back then during that last election, Marco Rubio, neither Marco Rubio or Ted Cruz can run for president for the simple fact that they weren't born in the United States of America or born on a military base. That's the thing, is to be president, you have to be born on legitimate soil. And neither one of them were, so they were automatically disqualified, as should have been Barack Obama or Barry Santos.
Yeah.
Whatever you want to call him, he wasn't born in the United States. He was not born in Hawaii. And how many times did he put up a fictitious birth certificate? So
you know what? Something that came to mind just real quick of Ryan. Is Ryan still in here?
Hell yeah. Hey, he wasn't even the president of the United States of America. He was the president of the United States, which wouldn't matter if he was born in Hawaii or not.
Right. Okay.
I love how this guy got a fucking slot machine as a background. That is goated behavior for sure.
Yeah, but is a slot machine giving him
That's where he won. That's the picture of him winning for sure.
Hey,
that's definitely the picture of him winning. There's no doubt. 100%.
Though? Is he on Polymarket though?
Look, this guy, he's got a whole bunch of stuff on the side. He's over here promoting, like these are all his back end creations, bro.
I've got no. Hey, listen, I wish I was plugged in with Polymarket. Are you kidding me?
Oh, I don't know.
Early January, there was first of all, Polymarket is for absolute degenerate gamblers. You can gamble on literally anything, and one of the main gambles was, is there going to be more than 100 certified cases of the bird flu by February 1st in the United States? At the time, there were 66 certified cases, and I was trying to bet so hard that, yes, there's going to be more than 100 cases. But since I'm in the U.S. and I don't have a VPN, I can't gamble on Polymarket.
Dude, I'm a degenerate gambler, and I've got the best slots here at home. Yeah.
Bro, put it all on red for me, all right? Please.
Okay, let me ask y'all this. So, I wanted to ask this. It says all laws which are repugnant to the Constitution are null and void. That's Marbury versus Madison. So if
from 1957, everyone loves talking about that case.
Okay, so that's shepherdized. Is that what you're trying to say?
That, for one, is it shepherdized, which means is it still within good standing. And secondly, don't
Is
forget
it?
about the Ashwanda rule.
Is it?
Actually stare decisis. Kim, let me go in. This is an 1803 case.
Stare, you said stare decisis, right?
Stare decisis. Yeah, it's already been decided. Now judges have the authority to go outside what's already been ruled on. However, they normally stand in what's called stare decisis. It's already been decided. So what the hell are we doing here? And if you go back to the Marbury versus Madison case, any law, now what is law? Law has been what voted on by legislation.
Right.
Okay. That's the
Article
way a law
1, yeah,
becomes
Congress,
law.
yeah.
Now, outside of that, what is the case of Marbury versus Madison and say 1803? Chief Justice John Marshall clearly stated any law that is repugnant to the Constitution is no law, has no force of law, and can be ignored. So all these statutes and codes that came in after the bankruptcy act of was it March 9th, 1933, after the bankruptcy of the United States Corporation, guess what? Everything's null and void to begin with. And everybody needs to go back to the Clearfield Doctrine. And hey, can you put that up, Cam? I know I sent it to you. The Clearfield Doctrine.
You could go back to the Federalist Paper 78 on that too.
Yeah, but the Federalist Papers are just
the Federalist Papers are the foundation of the Constitution and
that's
define
correct.
what the
that's
Constitution
fine, but
says.
they're not supreme law. They have no legal
The Constitution
weight.
is. They define the Constitution. That's how they formed the Constitution, was through Federalist Papers. The how can I say it? The Constitutional Convention, the argument
Right.
of what
is based off of those ideas. However, they don't
time.
have any legal bearing.
Hey, wait. You gotta respect Steve. Steve's the old school OG. He runs this.
Sure. I'm not trying to be disrespectful.
I know. So you can't interrupt him though.
I'm sorry.
It's interrupting too. You don't have to interrupt Steve. Nobody does. Not even me.
Hey, I'm the new guy, all right?
You know what I'm saying? It's okay, but Steve runs this thing. Okay, he is our foundation. Okay,
sure, I'm listening.
Yeah, you do, Steve. Go ahead, brother. Go ahead, Steve.
Well, we have to understand, if we don't follow the Constitution as it was created, we're never going to have a government that's limited to its power. Because if, like I said earlier, if you believe that the Constitution is a living document, you can change the Constitution through a law. And I'm not downing you. I'm not discrediting you on your work and stuff. You're talking stuff I have no idea what you're saying. So in that aspect, you are far advanced than I am. All I'm trying to say is that if the Constitution is, as Anthony Scalia said, the Constitution says what it says and nothing more. So if we start looking at the Constitution, the three clauses in the Constitution that are most abused is the necessary and proper, general welfare, and the Commerce Clause. And I wanted to show Cameron through my learning, and so far everything I hear from Rick is I'm 100% with him. We could agree on a lot of things, I think. But go ahead.
Okay, well, I was just going to say this too, because we've been reading from this no law requires you to record pledge your automobile thing that Yesenia sent me to, and this really got me down a deeper line of thinking where I've developed something that's pretty in depth, which I'll want to release here soon, which goes into this kind of aspect here, which is it states the high courts have further decreed that want of jurisdiction. I'm bringing this up again because I feel like it's so important to me. The high courts have further decreed that want of jurisdiction makes, quote, all acts of judges, magistrates, U.S. marshals, sheriffs, local police, all void and not just voidable. Void judgment, quote, one which has no legal force or effect, invalidity of which may be asserted by any person whose right are affected at any time and at any place directly or collaterally. And then you got voidable judgment, one apparently valid, persona, that facade, but in truth, wanting in some material respect. Now, when I'm thinking of this, what I have thought of, what comes to my mind now is the aspect that I've had people come on, and they come on and they be telling my people, just don't show up to court. And I'd be like, oh my God, bro, don't tell them that. What are you doing telling them that they're going to get a failure to appear? But now I'm starting to understand a little bit more about why he might be saying that. And it's because their want of jurisdiction is not jurisdiction when you've challenged it and they haven't rebutted it. So if you show up again, you're going right up under their jurisdiction.
Right.
By even showing up. You're like, ha, they're thinking, ha, we got so much power over this fucker. He showed up again.
Yeah, you're there. You're there. You
And
show
you see-
up when they tell you to, you're under their jurisdiction. You just showed up when they told you.
Exactly.
You make a special appearance.
Can I intervene on this?
Yes, please.
And that's the non-statutory abatement. Okay, and you're not filing a non-statutory abatement with the county clerk. What you're doing is you're serving the judge, the prosecutor, and the sheriff on non-statutory abatement. And you guys, I give it for free. You guys know who I am. I will show you how to do your own non-statutory abatement. And that's the whole thing, is you do a non-statutory abatement.
Wait, everybody's eyes just got very big, bro. Everybody's eyes just look at Bryce. Look at Bryce. Yep, eyes just got big.
Yes, we did.
That's what we
Say
need.
more.
That's
Hey,
what we need.
Yeah,
I have a question. I have questions now.
Thank you, Bryce.
I'm so thankful too, because it's just right up my fucking alley, man.
Yeah.
Okay, so I filed my notice for jurisdiction to challenge jurisdiction. Now I just don't show up?
No. What you do, listen, Bryce, you better file, and it's not filing. You're going to serve the judge, the prosecutor, and the county sheriff what's called a non-statutory abatement. You're not filing this. You're serving them in their own private capacity. They don't even realize it. But once a judge reads this, the non-statutory abatement is holding their feet to the fire to the Constitution and the oath they swore to uphold. Okay? When you do this in a non-statutory abatement, an abatement is, what the hell are we doing here to begin with? When did you ever have authority? And that's when you challenge jurisdiction. When you challenge jurisdiction, you're basically saying, by what authority?
Right. So do they mail you a dismissal? Do you just never hear from them again?
Listen, the moment they do, you tell them that they have 21 days to rebut. Okay?
Ooh.
You tell them they have 21 days to rebut the non-statutory abatement. And if they don't do that, you have your little green and white tickets. You walk into court anyway and say, you didn't follow the law. You now tell the judge, wait a minute, you can't arrest me. Listen, did you not receive, because I have your signature here, did you not receive the non-statutory abatement? In Contract Law 101, see, this is how they draw you back in. We have unlimited ability to contract under the Constitution. Now, you just sent them, hey, I don't want to contract with you. I sent you a non-statutory. You never brought forth an injured party, so your statutes and codes, how do they apply to me?
Right.
Don't apply.
Right.
Never
Dude.
have, never will. And I know I sent Cam the judge's conversation. Cam, you did get that, right?
Let me see.
The judge's conversation that
What
I
is it?
transcribed.
What is it named, Papa? What is the file name?
It would have been judge's transcripts. The one I transcribed. I was up all night long transcribing the judge's conversation.
It took you
And
forever.
that was the Supreme Court judges talking to all the lower court judges. See, the judges have meetings every year in, gotta love this, Las Vegas. a judge convention.
Put it
So
on red, baby.
they can get their drink and hoodlums on. So yeah.
In
But
Clark
yeah,
County.
they have a judge convention, and it was recorded, and I transcribed it.
That transcription is really good.
And go ahead.
Oh, that transcription was gold. I read through that, and it really lays it out.
Well, thank you, Joe. It took a lot of work.
The judge's private meeting document is at the bottom of the file. It's the last document in Rick's file. It's labeled Rick Martin Judge's Private Meeting.
Yep. Oh, you read that, and they know what a sovereign is. Never call yourself a sovereign citizen, and they love you, sovereign citizens. The ones that don't have the confidence to fight. Well, I'm a sovereign citizen. Well, you're an oxymoron. But
well,
anyway.
Rick, look at this. Look at this real quick, Rick. So someone in the chat posted this. Christopher Beatty posted this scribe document in the chat. It's the non-statutory abatement handbook. Is this official? It's by Randy Lee and John William.
Yes, anything by Randy Lee you can trust.
Okay.
He's one of the original founders of when we started the Constitutional Law Group out of Texas.
Okay, good. Yeah, I would love. That's a good link to have. I'm still gonna need to have figure out the. Rick's gonna end up sending us, I guess, something in relation to this.
Man, I got so much documents, you guys, and I need an IT guy.
Oh, we just need the ones that's helping my peoples out right now. We got Quentin over here facing some shit right now where they're not giving him the information. He hasn't filed for discovery yet, but he needs a motion to dismiss immediately just due to the fact that he's got a civil case, so he's ready to bring forth the civil suit. And we just need to make sure that we're getting these things dismissed. We're trying to get the silver bullet about these things.
Hey, look into refusal for cause.
Well, yeah, that's another good thing. But I would start saying abusive process. Your refusal for cause. Now keep this in mind. What I keep trying to explain to you guys is stop being on the God blessed defense. Go on the offense. Start becoming a shark and not the bait.
I know.
Okay?
Countersue.
They go after him. Now, granted, everybody's going, well, Rick, you're living in a God-blessed hotel room. And they stole your Porsche. They stole all this. Guess what? They're running for the hills right now. Because, the other thing that I talked to Cam about privately was when we keep going into these God-blessed courtrooms, we're always doing one thing. We're asking a lawless system to start acting lawfully. Okay? They've got the guns, they've got the bullets, they got the God-blessed handcuffs. Okay? We now are in a situation where the judicial system knows that they're going to start getting their feet held to the fire because we have not had an executor at the top of the helm until now, when all their abuses are going to start getting uncovered. Okay. And trust me, it was all the way up until 2020. Whenever I held a judge's feet to the fire, they always backed off. But there is a reason why the courtrooms were shut down. Did you recognize that? In 2020, the courtrooms were shut down. And then all of a sudden you start doing this Zoom meetings and stuff. That's not even lawful because you don't have the right to face your accuser, for crying out loud, lawfully. So they were doing everything they could to stop what my team and other teams that were working with us under the Constitutional Law Group were doing to tear down the tyranny of these corporate systems. And it's coming to fruition, ladies and gentlemen. And I'm beaming. I'm beaming. Now, I'm not always hopeful that my millions will be returned to me. But what I am hopeful for is more people are going to start seeing real justice And if
Well, what do
you're
you mean that you don't feel like it's going to come back to you? They got to give you your money back.
Listen, I'm at the bottom of the totem pole when it comes to what Trump is trying to do, because Trump was our man. We selected him before he never wanted to run for president. That's what you guys haven't figured out yet. Trump was not in this for himself. He did not want to run. We came to him and asked him to run. And when we showed him the history, when we showed him the law, and we showed him all this, and I explained very simply, what good is wealth if you lose your nation? You have to run because you're the only one we can trust to do it. So he did. He did not do this because of his ego. He did this because he realized that saving America was everything. Why do you think we're talking about Greenland now? Why do you think we're talking about Canada now? Why do you think we're talking about the Panama Canal now?
I know. Ain't they trying to incorporate everything? Ain't they trying to make everything America now?
Yeah, that's just the next step in globalization. Is NATO rebranded?
No.
He was bailed out by
stop it.
Wilbur Ross, who's a Rothschild agent back in the 80s.
Off topic. We're off topic. Yeah, we're a little off topic.
Yeah, we are. But you're right.
He said he didn't
Hog.
like
You're
about
right.
his boy Trump. He said off topic. He said off topic.
Hey, I had that
Thursday,
happen to me.
Don't talk about
the courts. I had that happen to me. They put me on Zoom. I just put it in the chat. My 51 minutes with Mr. Fat Face guy. I never even got his name, and I was pissed about that.
Oh, you messed up on the link. Try and edit it real quick so it'll pop up as a link we can click. I think you just got the HT. You just put a space in between the HTTP.
I can
Oh,
hear
let me try it again. Let me try it again.
Hey Cam, I gotta ask Rick. Rick brought up Dar Leaf, and when he was in Michigan, they busted his windows.
Oh yeah, but I was not in his county.
Oh well, interestingly enough, I am in his county, and guess what his deputies just did to me?
You tell me.
Busted my windows, punched, kicked, and tased me, stole my car, accused me
Wait a
of.
minute. Wait a minute. Who's talking right now? Is this Tony or is this Daniel?
Yep, it's Tony.
Tony. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Dar Leaf.
Pleasure to meet you and be able to chat with you.
And you're in Berry County, Michigan.
Unfortunately.
Now, was it the PD or was it Dar Leaf's deputies?
No, it was Dar's deputies, and Dar's well aware of it. And prior to this happening, I had personal conversation with Dar in front of at least 20 people about this exact thing.
Yeah, we used to have the meetings.
Right,
and
yeah,
they're not
yep,
having
he does.
meetings anymore.
Yeah, he does. That's where I first met him and talked to him about it. And he told me and 20 other people had this conversation about the right to travel. And there was a car there that had their own license plate. Oh, yeah. And Dar says,
That was
oh, yeah.
follow me, my
Dar
license.
says, we don't do that. We don't do that anymore. We know better here in Berry County. And a few months later, get stopped by his deputies for no plate. And I actually gave him my license and under duress. And what's that?
You handed him a license. That was number one mistake. But I'm not going to say
Well,
okay. The bottom line is,
yeah, I only did because of another incident that happened a month earlier in Eaton County. I didn't give him a license, and I got arrested for assault resistant truck. Which I have the video, Cam, on the Google Drive now. But
Cam, can you put up my email
I gave
address?
Berry County. I gave Berry County the license under
Tony,
duress.
Tony, hold on, bro.
Yeah, put up my email address so Tony can get in touch with me. We're going to remedy this. See, this talk show or whatever we want to call it.
But wait, Rick. Okay, wait, Rick. Okay, now I'm calling this one out. Everybody mute up for a second because this is what's going on. Rick's over here having people, Rick's over here having me shoot people. You're having me shoot people over to you, and then you're on the back end helping them out and not giving all of us the remedy. We all want that shit, bro. Good holding out on us, man.
Well, I'm not holding out. No,
No,
I need to call Darleaf on this, is the thing. And I want to know his case. So when I call Darleaf, I'm not stepping into a puddle that looks an inch deep and finding out at 6 foot that he's a meth dealer or something like that.
Come on, man. Come on.
So,
honestly,
you know, listen, I will hold Darleaf's feet to the fire because he's used my name and he has become a nationwide symbol of standing up for your rights and being the county sheriff. So if he's going to betray his oath of office, you know damn straight, Cam, Tony, I'm going to hold him accountable because
man,
I ain't going to tolerate.
You brought up his name, so I had to. I'm not trying to rule the show or nothing like that. But I just had to because you brought up his name, and I literally live in the county, and this time.
No, I'm playing
3 felonies for sitting in my car. So I just had to. Yeah.
No, you know I'll be talking to him. You know damn straight I'll be talking to him.
Let me
you send me your case.
I got the video
and I'll be talking to him.
They still got my car and my phone. So
is bro hit
they gave me a bunk warrant.
He gave you a
What's
what?
that?
No,
they gave me a bunk. They gave me a bunk warrants for 5 days after they had taken my phones, and there's no signatures, there's no affidavit, there's no tabulation. So those are writings, not warrants, and they still got my car. So yeah, and I'm still facing the felonies. I think when the court for it is the next one is this coming Wednesday or a week from today.
Really?
Yeah.
Do you remember Jack from the meeting? If you went to one of the sheriff meetings, do you remember Jack or Andy?
There was a bunch of people there I didn't know. It was the first time I'd ever been there. So it was, what's crazy to me is he says this in front of other people at that meeting. And then that was before he got elected. And then after he got elected, they busted my windows and I get charged with 3 felonies for sitting in my car, doing nothing to no one. So
I was at the sheriff meeting.
Yeah.
And we had that at that, what is it? iGeek, because we got thrown out of the town hall. You knew about that, right? Because of the fight.
No.
Okay.
I just met those guys not long ago. They're at iGeek.
Yeah.
Yep.
That's
actually
Adam.
they got. Yeah, Adam. He's got my one phone I actually got back, and he's trying to recover the video that they cut because they cut my video seconds before they busted my windows.
Okay, so you do know Adam.
Because they took 2 phones, but they still got my active phone. Anyway.
Yeah, we had a sheriff meeting, and I had other people from out of town come, and we actually had the meeting at iGeek. And right after that, I was having a cookout. And soon as, Darleaf had another sheriff meeting to go to that day in another county. And as soon as Darleaf left out of the county, the PD tried to arrest me. Did you know that? Ask Adam about it. He heard about it. He was invited.
Did not.
Oh yeah, the PD tried to arrest me. Yeah, I got 80 people in the front yard having a barbecue, celebrating freedom, and I had all the kids and women and children go in the house. They held me in the back seat of the car until I finally identified myself, and I said, "Listen, this is BS. All right, I'll give you my name. Well, you fit the identification of Richard Travis Morton," and I'm like, and they knew exactly what I had on, so I knew it was a total setup, and I knew who was setting me up. We're not going to get into that. Same one that set me up when they stole my BMW. But So I'm sitting in there, and I got 3 cops that were in the front yard trying to arrest me in front of, 80 people. And just to make it easy, I was like, okay, you're not going to identify yourself, so I'm arresting you. And I said, on what charge? Failure to identify. And I said, what crime have I committed? The whole shebang. Well, I allowed them to put me in the back seat of the car, and I still wouldn't identify myself for about 15 minutes. And I said, you know what? Screw it. All right. I know I don't have any warrants, so go for it. Gave them my information, and they run it and they go, oh shit, you don't have any warrants. Somebody called in and said, and I said, so you arrested me without verifying that there is a warrant for my arrest, is what you're telling me. You totally embarrassed me in front of my party without a verified warrant.
But that's what's happening every day and all day.
Boy, did they want to crawl under a bench. And I said, do you know I'm the constitutional lawyer? And I said, do you know I could file a lawsuit right now and I can take your house, your swimming pool? And they were women. It was a woman. So I said, I didn't want to take her husband. What I've said to other cops is, I can take your house, your car, your swimming pool, and your wife because you're going to be so broke you couldn't pay attention.
Well, we want to know how to do that too. Hello, are you going to tell us, please?
Absolutely.
Yeah,
I've been doing it for, God, almost feels like 40. It has been 40 years, for crying out loud. I am that old, crying out loud.
Yeah, it sounds like the same thing they did to Carl Miller when they arrested Carl Miller for impersonating Carl Miller.
I'm not impersonating Carl Miller. Carl Miller actually was a personal friend of mine, and his name really wasn't Carl Miller. But we'll leave it alone at that. And yes, he was.
What was it?
I won't.
Can you say?
Instead of saying it, why don't you guys wish me a happy 78th birthday on Friday?
Happy
78th.
Happy 78th, man.
Happy 78th.
But yeah, we're at the precipice right now of recapturing America, and all our little differences all go back to what I've said a long time ago when I was on stage. And they're in Michigan. If you guys, those that are in Michigan already know that, it was Mike Liddell. I was up there, I've been friends with all these guys and educating them. And we went through an education process where I brought them all into a room, no cell phones allowed, in Live Oak, California. And that was Glad Tidings Church. That's where I had General Flynn and his team, and we all sat down and I started explaining the common law. And I showed them my credentials and said, this is where we stand. We take back America, and this is how we do it, and this is how we do it without bloodshed. Because the first time we took our liberties and freedoms back was through bloodshed. Okay. Number one, the court system has to be revamped, and we need to hold all these bar attorneys accountable to their crimes against all mankind. And we need to listen, when you have a lawyer, attorney, lawyers and attorney, two different aspects, just like legal and lawful. Okay. Whenever you hire an attorney to represent you, you're now considered an imbecile of unsound mind or an infant, making you a ward of the court. This is an important aspect to get into your head. Assistance of counsel is protected under the Sixth Amendment, which I've already clearly proven. And that was also proven in the Sims versus Ahern case, which is an Arkansas case, Supreme Court case, proving what I say is true. Now, I'm going to backstep a little bit. I want you guys to listen to me, and I want you to listen to me clearly. Okay? You always, whenever you make a claim, and that's what it is, a claim against government invasion, you are the trustor. You're not the plaintiff. You're the trustor. Okay? You put yourself as the trustor.
What is that? The grantor?
And then say again.
Grantor, the trustor, the maker of the trust, the person who
No, you're not even going to say grantor. You're the trustor. Trustor. And if you are accused of a crime, you are not the defendant. You are the trustor accused.
Okay, repeat that again, please.
Okay, whenever you're making a claim against anyone, including the government, you are the trustor, claimant. You're not a plaintiff. Get all that crap. See, that's all the Bar Association legalese. Get out of it. Use what we're saying, what we the people are saying. I'm the trustor. Well, what's a trustor? Well, that's the Constitution. This is how we bring them back. And I was talking to Randy Kelton about this, and he says, holy shit, Rick, you eliminate all the paperwork and just go right for the throat, don't you? And I said, you bet your biscuits. Because A, it was a few Saturdays back, and I just, it just came to me. And I said, you know what? We are the trustors. We're the progeny of those that signed the Declaration of Independence. That's who we are.
We need to dig into that word trustor so we can have a clear understanding of it.
Yeah, the trustor is I don't need permission unless I've done harm or injury to somebody. Right. I don't need permission. And if I'm going to file a claim against my government, I'm not going to petition my government.
Is trustor mean? Because it's obviously not trustee, and that's
no. The government is listen. Okay, yeah. Daniel. The government is the fiduciary trustee. Their duty is to protect the unalienable rights protected under the Constitution. The only reason they have that position is to protect our unalienable rights, protect our borders, and to coin our money. And they've been failing quite miserably because once they became that corporation, they're a for-profit corporation, which we can prove with their Dun & Bradstreet number. But now we're going to take them back into an Article 3, not an Article 1 court, by naming them what they are. When they call themselves the people of Texas versus Richard Travis Martin. Wait a minute. You're not the people of Texas. You're the fiduciary. So we got to call them what they are, the fiduciary trustees.
Making us trust. I'm unfamiliar with
making me the trustor, and how dare you get out of your box?
I thought we would be the beneficiary, though. I just want to get these terms straight. Trustor is new.
Get rid of the burden. As a trustor, you're already the beneficiary. Okay? You don't call yourself the beneficiary, you call yourself the trustor, because you're the one that's behind the contract. And as the prodigy of your founding fathers, that name, when they were the trustors and then made themselves the fiduciary trustee as government, now you're the trustor of the contract known as the Constitution. It doesn't matter that there's three of them. What matters is the Fourth and Fifth Amendment in that contract.
Is that a fair statement? So trustor would be sort of the giver of, hey, we the people. I gave you the order.
Right. I'm the trustor and you're the fiduciary. Listen to what I said. The fiduciary trustee.
It's just I've given them. I just need to
And
look
if
up
they're
word.
and if they're making a claim against me, that claim, that statute code is going to get blown out real quick. Who's making a valid claim? There's never been a claim against you. Charges are not claims. Got me? Okay. Who's going to back it up under a sworn affidavit claim against me, who is the trustor accused? Did you hear me? Yeah. Trustor accused. I'm either the trustor claimant or the trustor accused. Now it's up to my fiduciary trustee, who's duty bound under Article 3.
Yep, bam.
In their face.
No, they're sitting there in their statutory role, wanting to be there, by the way. I never understood why they would want to keep us there anyway. They should be proud of every American who figures it out, frankly. But they're one of the ones that kept
the
me.
Bar Association.
Well, just like you said. And it was weird. And I was like, what is the Zoom thing? And they tried to make no big deal of it. I couldn't tell if the prosecutor was there. They don't name themselves. They said it was private, not on the record. And I barked back. I said, this is public. No, it's private, public, private, public. We went back and forth for time.
All public, all what we think are public courtrooms are private corporations. They all have a Dun and Bradstreet number. Anybody wants to call me out on this, look it up.
Hold up. I've actually got a book that has all the Dun and
Bradstreet number.
Yeah, nobody's saying that you are not valid in what you're saying. We're just ready actually to put it into action. There's so many people. I think we've got in our Discord, we've got 25 different cases that people are working on. So I think people are ready to just really start putting stuff into action and getting where they need to get. Like Quentin just got he's got a dismissal that he submitted, but I mean, at this point, I think everybody's ready to make a claim and figure out what's the right things to file. That way we can just stop the terror in these violations that are occurring. Because as far as I get, if I look just real quick, the furthest that I've been getting, I think is coming to the aspect now where I'm getting into number one, lack of ratification of commencement by a real party in interest. 2, a verified claim indicating real harm or injury. Yep. 3, the presence of criminal intent or mens rea. And then 4, an actual wrongful act or actus reus. And I've put that all into a notice and demand to dismiss rather than a motion to dismiss. It's a notice and demand to dismiss.
Thank you. You learned that.
Yep, for lack of ratification.
You don't do motions. You always do notices.
Yeah, always do notices. Yeah.
Hey, I've actually got a book that has all the Dun and Bradstreet numbers from 2014. So it might be a little outdated. It might have changed, but are you guys interested in seeing them?
It's actually really easy.
Yes. I'll tell you why. Because it's one step, and finding out a Dun and Bradstreet number is very easy under a Freedom of Information Act. And you notice, and I've had a lot of friends call me up and say, they're not even giving us the oath of office anymore. They're not giving us their fiduciary bonds, which is, this is unlawful. But remember what I said, Cam, have I not said this? We keep going to these corporations and asking a unlawful corporation to start acting lawfully. Keep that in mind. Do you think Coca-Cola is really going to change its recipe because the government says, hey, you're making too much money on that formula?
Well, that's what I'm really starting to realize, is that I really have to quit requesting and start demanding, and then don't even answer back when they try to pull me back into their jurisdiction. I think I am starting to understand that a lot more than what I didn't
Stop
before.
using the word understand.
Yeah, no, I get you, I get you. But I think I am starting to comprehend that right now more because I'm developing another publication to put out. And as I'm developing this publication to put out, I'm getting deeper and deeper into the aspects. So it's going from one layer to the next layer to the next layer to where we just read some things together, which I said, Yesenia, give me that document, which just go over a whole bunch of things. But then Ryan's like, well, wait, did they, is it shepherdized? Is it still standing? And it's like, well, how can these things which are truth not, how can they not be still standing because they're in truth with the Constitution? Like the Constitution there can be nothing that goes against it. So if you're standing on that and keeping yourself outside of the jurisdiction, challenging the jurisdiction, knowing that you haven't harmed anybody, how can they bring anything forth when you've put forth the right
It's because
paperwork?
of the Oshwanda rules. Number 6, when you accept a government stated privilege, then you create a constitutional estoppel.
Well, an estoppel is a good thing. However, when you're trying to abate, now think about that. What is a non-statutory abatement? What is that telling? And you're not filing it with the court, but you're serving it on the judge, the prosecutor, and the sheriff. What is an abatement? Come on, Ryan, you got to know this one. I don't mean to put you on the spot, little brother. But what is an abatement? I'm abating the process because your process is unlawful. And if you can back with me, if you can rebut, if you in your private capacity can rebut, because this is a man going after a man, and you're bringing me into your corporate jurisdiction, and that corporate jurisdiction is outside of me, the man. Now you're trying to draw me in to your fraudulent bullshit.
That is below.
I serve you notice, not only notice, I'm giving you the opportunity to rebut my non-statutory abatement. Now, I've given you my non-statutory abatement, and it's your duty within 21 days to rebut my non-statutory abatement in the form of an affidavit.
So, under which understanding are we talking about abatement? Is it contracts, debts, freehold, legacies, nuances? This is the fourth revised Black's Law Dictionary. There's abatement under contracts, debts, freehold. That's where my question lies. And more importantly, I think it's important to note that, for one, it's always been this whole act of January 21st, 1871 nonsense, when the District of Columbia was incorporated. And then that's when it went from the United States for America to the United States of America, is kind of nonsensical, because Chisholm v. Georgia of 1793 states, which is one of the first Supreme Court cases of this country, states that it's always been a corporation. And it even states that the Crown is also a corporation, which is why we find 28 USC 3001 subsection C15, where we find that the federal government shall be deemed a corporation. It's because it's in chapter 20 or title 28 of the United States Code. Title 28 of the United States Code is the judicial title. A sovereign cannot sue or be sued. Therefore, it needs to relinquish its sovereign title, and so it must assume a new title, which would be a corporation, because it's a body politic. And the corporation, the root word corporation is corpus, which is a Latin derivative of body, right? And that's why we find that definition of the United States being a corporation, a federal corporation, described in Title 28, because that's the only title where United States is defined as a corporation. Every single other title.
It's on and only to do commerce. Now I'm going to ask you to look up something. If you can look it up and you can get back with us real quick, I want you to look up Hale versus Hankel. Okay, I've got the information, but I want you to dig into, because the only way anybody learns from Rick Martin and the Constitutional Law Group is I force you to look up cases. Now, case law, remember, it's only stare decisis. A judge can go against stare decisis. They can, but that's where you hold them. You never use case law without showing that they're in violation of one of the terms in the contract, which is the amendments. Now, I got snot bubbles coming out. Sorry.
It's okay. You're not feeling well. We all got it right now. Everybody going through it.
Listen, my thing is, I'm not citing case law as if it's the supreme law of the land. I'm citing case law to reaffirm.
Right. No, we get it.
A legal understanding.
Yeah, for sure.
No, not legal. Get rid of the word legal and go with lawful.
Sure. Right. The point is, in Chisholm v. Georgia of 1793, it's not about the decision of the court. The court states plainly that all of these body politics, body of course being the English derivative of corpus, which is the Latin word for body, because they're all body politics. That's where my frustration derives, because a lot of people in our groups say, oh, well, the act of January 21st, 1871 states that that's when we turn into a corporation. No, it's always been a corporation, and it was proven and stated in 1793.
Hey, can I read something real quick? I wanted to read this to everybody.
But write this down, and I want you.
I do want to know that case. Will you spell it out, please?
Yeah, I want Hale versus Hankel, but no, I want you to bring up another case, if you will, Cam, and I appreciate you dealing with me being.
No, y'all fine.
Okay, I want you to look up Cruden versus Neal, and I know I sent that case to you as well. And that's 1796 case. And let me step away for a second. But yeah, look up Cruden versus Neal. Okay, Ryan, look up Cruden versus Neal. It is monumental, just like the 1803 case of Madison versus Mulberry. Very crucial.
What's he saying? Cruden? Can somebody
spell
it?
It's Cruden. I got Cruden versus Neal.
Yeah.
A-L-E.
1796.
Yep.
Plaintiff sued on a bond. Okay, I like how this is starting. And the plea, which was hold on. Let me go ahead and just which was founded on Section 101 of the Act of 1777, Chapter 2, stated in substance that plaintiff had removed from the state to avoid assisting in the War of the Revolution, that he had attached himself to the enemy, etc., held that if plaintiff was a citizen of this country, Section 101, before referred to, is repealed as to him, by several acts of the state legislature, and if he was not a citizen, but a British subject, then by Article 4 of the Treaty of Peace, man, I forgot all about that, he is considered as an alien friend and entitled to sue in our courts. Should I keep reading, Rick, or what's the point you're driving at?
You're right. You're making the point. Okay.
So it's just right there in that introductory preface.
Yep. We are aliens of the United States Corporation. So keep reading. This is so important. The Cruden versus Neal case on everything I'm bringing up right now. Our corporate government is foreign to us. Everybody hear what I just said?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I've been there in that.
Allow him to keep reading the Cruden versus Neal case.
Yeah,
You're
that
gonna
Goodbye
hear it
April
in a
15th
second.
book states the same. I'll go ahead and keep reading because I've not been familiarized with this case. So the plea, in substance, stated that the plaintiff in the year unknown removed, or I guess 1796, removed himself from this state to avoid giving his assistance in the then war carried on against the King of Great Britain, and attached himself to the enemy, etc. And the plea concluded with praying judgment whether he should be answered. It's what is with this, etc. To this,
Okay,
there
pause
was
there.
a
We are
demurrer and
enemies of the
joinder.
state. Okay, listen to me when I say this. And Will Smith, if you remember the movie, we're enemies of the state. And in, I want to say it was 1948, were we not all declared enemies of the state?
I thought it was 1933 with the Gold and Silver Act, but it doesn't matter. Yeah.
But we're enemies of the state. So when we go back to the Cruden versus Neal case, I'm absolved by stare decisis. And if they don't want to go with stare decisis, they're going to have to prove their authority, their lawful authority to govern. Are they not?
Right.
You know, I love the way I can make you guys think about certain things that most people don't think about. And that's why I love hanging out with you guys.
Yeah, this is definitely a very interesting case. I've continued to read it. And
I'm not subject to what my fellow man says that he wants me to be subject to. Get to that point.
Should I just keep reading, or is there somewhere specifically within this case where that's
without me having the case in front of me where I could highlight it for you, Ryan, my apologies.
No, I mean it's.
I mean, for the sake of the chat, I'll keep reading it if that's what everyone wants.
No,
no. Check it. If we're gonna read anything, it's gonna be some shit like this, right? It's gonna be immunity fosters neglect and breeds irresponsibility, while liability promotes care and caution, which caution and care is owed by the government to its people. Okay, that's Rabon versus Rowan Memorial Hospital, Inc. Then you got government immunity. In Land versus Dollar in 1947, the court noted that when the government entered into a commercial field of activity, it left its immunity behind.
Absolutely. That's why we can sue them all in their private capacity.
That one's big. Yeah, that one's big.
Yep.
That when the government entered into a commercial field that's using the police departments in relation to regulation of transportation.
And
right?
what are police departments?
They're corporations.
Be bonded.
Yeah, they're corporations.
Absolutely.
Policy enforcers.
Yeah, you can pull up their policy handbook and it's all copyrighted.
Yeah.
Dude, I feel like I'm getting so much clarity, dude.
All right, and here we go with another one. The high courts, through their citations of authority, have frequently declared that where any state proceeds against a private individual in a judicial forum, it is well settled that the state, county, municipality, etc., waives any immunity to counters, cross claims,
Notice, remember what I told you when you first met me? I said it's not a counterclaim; it's a cross claim. You go in as not the plaintiff anymore. What did we call us? We are the trustor accused.
Trustor accused. Trustor accused.
Okay, here's the question. Rick, do you have a file of the abatement process and how to follow up on it? Huh?
Yes, sir, I do. And I'm sure that Cam can give you my email address, and I'll get you any document you want.
Okay, so just a file that with the abatement process and the follow-ups of how we follow up on that.
The bottom line is it's their responsibility to follow up on it, not yours.
But if they don't answer within 21 days, what's the next step?
The next step is if you're going to file against them, now you're going to go in there as a prosecutor. And keep this in mind. We are our own prosecutors. So you can go in there and you can prosecute the corporation in their own God blessed courts. And the first thing you need to learn to do is turn it into an Article 3, not a Article 1 military tribunal under Admiralty maritime law.
Okay, so we need to know how to do that.
Okay.
Yeah, that's pretty good. I like that because what you're doing is, again, you're bringing it back home to the aspect of understanding that whatever they can do, we can do better. You ever heard that? Everybody's heard that saying, whatever you can do, I can do better. Yeah, we really can, bro. We just have to learn the process. I'm just saying, but it's real. It's like that comprehension and knowing is that we made this. But look, here's another one. Real
Even Jesus said we could do greater than he.
Yeah, exactly. Hold on. There's one. I got one I need to read real quick too.
Well, you need to look at Hell versus Henkel too.
Okay, hold on. I want to read this one real quick.
What are you reading from?
Einkel? Is that how you spell those?
Hale is Hale, and then Hinkle is Henkel.
They're both in the chat.
Okay.
All right, now I'm gonna read this next one.
What are you reading from?
This comes from the I don't know. No law requires you to record, pledge your private automobile. I don't know. Yesenia sent me to this. I've had this for a long time. But a constitution is designated as a supreme enactment. Okay? A constitution is designated as a supreme enactment. So get the difference. Okay? A fundamental act of legislation by the people of the state. Okay? A constitution is legislation direct from the people acting in their sovereign capacity, while a statute is a legislation from their representatives, subject to limitations prescribed by the superior authority. Now, if we're breaking this down correctly, listen. A constitution is legislative direct, top dog, from the people, top dog, acting in their sovereign capacity, while a statute is legislation from their representatives, meaning the people below us that represent us. They make code and policies, statute, which is below us, subject to limitations prescribed of the superior authority. Everything is subject to limitations prescribed to the superior authority. Us.
Now go back to Marbury versus Madison. Even using that, that's exactly where it's going. Marbury versus Madison, Supreme Court ruling, Chief Justice John Marshall clearly stated any law that is repugnant. Now, what does repugnant mean? To the Constitution is no law, has no force of law, and shall not be enforced and can be ignored.
Null and void. 1803. That's how long ago that one is.
And it's never been overturned.
Well, that's what I was talking about when Ryan was talking about you got to look and see if they're shepherdized. Because I'm like, bro, these are so clear with the Constitution, and there no needs to be even questioned if they've been shepherdized or not. Like,
well,
there's
my point is, listen, I'm not trying to argue against anybody. Like, I am a staunch constitutionalist, but my point is, people within our circles, especially with social media, they really get carried away, and they'll find little pieces here and there. And they'll just like the Marbury versus Madison case, like, and I'm not trying to say it's not without standing. What I'm trying to say is that it's important.
Right.
Listen, I'm not arguing against that, Rick. My point is, it's important that people within our circle understand what constitutes as competent legal research.
Okay.
And what constitutes competent legal research is having an understanding of what, the stasis decisis doctrine is, what shepherdizing cases is. It's important that people within our circles understand that. That way we don't just circulate,
nonsense. And more
No, that's true.
Don't just grab some one or two sentence within a case and then take it out of context.
Right.
And then just make a post about it, make it aesthetic, and then boom, it goes viral. Next thing you know, there's a whole shitload of people who have no idea what they're talking about.
Right. Now check this out. Okay. Check this. Ryan, okay, we get it. No, we get it. No, hold on real quick as well, Rick, just 1 second. Look what I just posted in the chat right now, Ryan. This was in New Hampshire. It was a House bill. It was completely passed, bro. If you go and look into the language of it, you can see that there's text in this bad boy. Okay, go look at the text. You can look at the votes on it. Okay, and this is a bill that was completely passed. Like it was passed by so many, and then just was just dead, just died. But it clearly goes through everything in relation to the right to travel. That's what we focus on here, bro.
Yep.
We're focusing on the right to travel because so many people are wanting to flex on that right to just be free. And then the secondary aspect, because we know we're going to have constitutional violations because they have no probable cause in the first place to even pull us over other than they see a private plate and they don't like that. And they apparently suppose, or should I say presume, that they have all legal justification over us because we have 99% of the people on the roads acquiescing and just doing as they're told. So, of course, they have legal presumption to think we're supposed to do the same. But we rebut that. Some of us are getting let go and just getting tickets. Some of us are going to jail. So what we're doing is we're teaching people to know how to at least handle themselves somewhat in that statutory aspect of argument, right? Of what they're doing to us. That way we can pull ourselves out of that and start invoking doctrines and rules on the front end, speaking on the constitutional violations rather than trying to argue our right to travel, because we don't need to argue that. There's no point to argue that. It has already been justified within every municipal code and every county code under the definition of county road as open as a matter of right for public vehicular travel. We know it's a sacred liberty, but yet we still have these courts not validating our rights. And so that's where we're getting hung up on. And this is what we're trying to figure out the most.
Okay.
So,
right. Now, I'm not trying to argue against it. I just think it's important that people understand.
Hold on, Ryan. Let me throw this in there because this is another document that I can give you guys. It's called the AAMVA. They're the ones that, and I think I gave this to you, Cam. If I'm a liar, call me a liar. But I thought I gave you the AAMVA.
You did, Papa.
Which writes the codes for all DMVs across the United States, Canada, and Mexico.
And Mexico, yep.
And if you go to the bottom of page 22, the definition of driver in the top of page 23 clearly defines under their own God-blessed codes what a driver is. That's the bottom of page 22, top of page 23.
Yep.
Tell me I don't know what I'm talking about.
No, it's true. We pulled that out. We been screenshot. We read from it. We ain't gone through the whole or AAMVA yet. But after just taking a good 2 hours to kind of research more about them on just their videos, and everything that they're putting out into the public, clearly shows how deep of ties that this private member association has with the corporations here in America. And if that's the case, then we can clearly understand that the money is trickling up to the top. And it's all just about a money scheme, and it's all about commercial. And actually, though, it's a good thing though, but that we realize this, because again, that we hired them to do this. This is their job. They're supposed to be out here regulating all the commercial big boy trucks that could cause us harm. That's what they're supposed to be doing. That's why we created them. Now it's time to enforce them when they choose to violate us because they've gone rogue. And they feel like as though they can take a hold of those who are at the top, the supreme, like we just spoke of, which is that, and now it's gone from me. It's not right here, but there was one more I wanted to read, bro, down here. Hold on, let me.
Brilliant analogy, because they have gone rogue, and now it's become a for-profit corporation, and everybody must be licensed, whether it's a commercial entity or not.
Here it is. Watch this one, Rick. You're going to like this one. When enforcing mere statutes, judges of all courts do not act judicially and thus are not protected by qualified or limited immunity. That's Owen versus City, and then both K versus Terry. But it says, but merely act as an extension of an agent, agency, agent, corporation, for the insolved agency, agency, corporation, but only in a ministerial and not a discretionary capacity. Thompson versus Smith.
Gotta love it.
Yeah, well, all this derived with the Civil War, where they suspended the Constitution with the Lieber Code.
Well,
and because a
Shuttlesworth
license is
versus
defined as
Birmingham.
something that is permitted by government that would otherwise be illegal, and you can see this quite plainly in the Lieber Code articles 3, 13,
But who
37,
developed the Lieber
36.
Code? Remember that.
Huh?
Remember where the Lieber Code came from.
Yeah, it came from the Civil War.
Ah. Now, is that real law?
I mean, like that's the whole point. That's the whole
first
point of
thing that
law
should
is
stick in
that
your
like
mind is the word code. Lieber Code should stick in your mind. Anything
yeah,
that is code should make you go, what?
right. But under the necessary and proper clause of the Constitution, that's where they get all of these extraneous and over encompassing. And I'm not arguing against it. Like, I'm against it, but that's the clause from which they derive this kind of nonsense. And you know and you can even look it up on the History Channel. It says that the Civil War was never there was never an actual armistice signed, which is according
No, it
to
was the first corporate war. It was the first corporate war.
yeah, sure. I'm not arguing against that. My point is that the Constitution was suspended under the necessary and proper clause.
And when did they have the authority to do so? They never did.
Never.
So then what's the point of the necessary and proper clause? What's the point of the usages and laws and usages of war then?
Anything that's been enacted after all that misdirection is always back to the people to reclaim sovereignty. And that's exactly what we're trying to establish now. And like I said, Donald Trump did not want to run for president. Right now, you look at it as he's a president of a corporation. No. If you listen to any of his speeches, it's giving power back to the people. And it's about dissolving the United States corporation. And all of a sudden, we're talking about going back to a gold standard. Oh my
Okay,
God.
So if I may interject, Rick, and I don't mean to be
Absolutely.
disrespectful, this is my first time on this kind of call, so forgive me for interrupting, but if he dissolves the United States corporation, then what status would the United States take under Title 26 or 28 when it has the authority to sue or be sued? Because it can't be a sovereign at that point. So what status would it have within the judicial system?
It can be sued. Now,
yeah, but what's the status of the federal government at that point? Because it's no longer a sovereign, because the sovereign can't be sued or sue. So then what's the status?
the government is always going to be the servant of we the people. Okay. Now, if we adhere to the Constitution, we can't be sued because we've done no wrong. But the fact that the government has not adhered to the Constitution, all those are subject to lawsuit because they have violated their oath of office. That oath of office is what we hold them accountable to in their private capacity. So, yes, we do have remedy for the trespasses on the rights of we the people. Now, keep this in mind. This might be a little deep, but listen, we go back to a de jure government, and all those that were acting outside their jurisdiction, outside their scope of office, outside their oath of office, are now subject to, because under the corporate construct that they created, and by violating the original oath of office, are now liable to suits in their private capacity, and no government can protect them.
So, if I wanted to sue the federal government for violating the Constitution, what status would the federal government have when I sue it?
Ryan, you need to name the ones in their private capacity that violated your rights.
Right, I understand that. That's the Saving the Suitors Clause, 28 USC 1333, but that's like
private capacity.
So I would just be suing the individual, and then the federal government is forever the sovereign.
The ones that, yeah, you now hit their sovereignty because they're private people that acted in government. Does that make sense?
No, because a sovereign can't sue or be sued. That's the whole point of a sovereign.
No, government can't. But that's why we, as a sovereign man or woman, can sue John J. Marshall, the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court, because he acted outside. Other than we hanging the bastard, he acted outside his oath of office. And that's why I always say, get their oath of office and get their indemnity bond. And every public servant must have an indemnity bond. If they do not have an indemnity bond or an oath of office, they're holding that seat unlawfully. And what they're doing is they're acting as an officer. And if I put a police costume on and start arresting people, what are they going to arrest me for? Impersonating a court officer, aren't I?
USC Title 18, is it Title 18?
What do you got? Is sitting next to you on a sticky note or something?
Yeah.
But to answer Ryan's question, what they are is a corporation. That's what their status is. So when you're saying, what are they? They're not a lawful government. They're a corporation.
Right.
Well, I will say it's Title 18, subsection 912, impersonation of an officer.
Right.
Well, hold on. What I will say for this one is that I just want to say I'm glad I had to have everybody on tonight. We're going to end the recording real quick because I don't want it to go over, and then we'll leave it open still. But I just want to thank everybody for being here for at least this Operation Wise Dome. Y'all can see we get really, really deep here. We had lots of people on tonight. It was kind of wild. I want everybody to say thank you to Rick, even though we're just stopping the recording. Still say thank you for the live stream and for everybody to see. Y'all say wait, hold on. Wait. I gotta fix it. Okay, now y'all unmute and come say thank you to Rick, please.
We appreciate you, Rick.
Thanks,
Rick.
Thank you.
Talk. Thanks,
Rick and Ryan.
Rick,
Thanks for
you're the
coming.
man.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Thank you very much,
Blew my
Rick.
mind.
God bless you. God bless you, sir.
Thanking you guys.
And we'll see y'all on the.
Oh, thank you, Rick. I'd love to get with you on the whole Darleaf thing.
And we'll see y'all on the next Operation Wise Dome.